All right, everyone. Are we ready for video games? Brand new year. Coming at you. Hottest, moldest content on Twitch. Man, 2022 got started off hot. I never plug it. However, some fun stuff happened on Twitter yesterday. We're not gonna really get into it. Overlord, thank you. We're not gonna really get into it, but let's just say every once in a while, once every maybe 5 years, a group of people who in any other normal circumstances would not get along at all finally agreed on one thing, and that is, hey, just don't steal code and then claim it's yours. I mean, you can steal it, you use it for yourself, like maybe if you're gonna make like a significant branch or something, whatever. But don't just say you made it. Like, you don't just take something, you make it. The world is not Reddit. You can't just repost stuff. People know I'm not making a video. And I'll tell you why I'm not making a video. It's because I want to keep this like it's up here. We want to go like, we want to go down. We want to take the energy down. Honestly, all right. I'll mention it briefly for everybody who wants to know. There is, in theory, serious work being done to help preserve Monster Hunter Frontier. Some people who got banned from that project, which I don't even understand how you get banned. Like, you got to be a certain level of something to get banned from like a private effort like that. Some people who got banned, got salty, stole some code, and released it, possibly with or without actual viruses and malware, with little to no support. And when they released it, I mean, I kid you not, 5% of the community was like, oh, that's neat. How do I play? And the other 95% is like, yo, what the hell? What are you doing? And they keep trying to say how the main developer is like an idiot or a bad guy, but he's the person that did everything. How are they an idiot? We would have nothing if it were not for them. So I think it all comes down to one person getting super mauled over getting banned, and then things escalated. Yeah, I didn't like the Capcom leak. There was not unification there. Is it unfortunate that there was like a janitor's closet in the NA office that had like a router from 2005 or whatever? Yeah. But, like, you know, you shouldn't be exploiting that. 50% people want to play it, can't even play it. I don't know. All I know is that some of the files have been mirrored and leaked. But I guess the entire section from the Discord that was trying to promote it in the first place is deleted. Okay. It got a little spicy on Twitter. Okay. It got a little spicy. I was having a back and forth with someone. I don't know who they were. They said, who are you? And I posted my stats and I said, this is who I am. I stream on Twitch. Come into my DMs if you ever want to talk about streaming sometimes. Apparently, that is the girlfriend for the person who leaked the code. Sorry, I'm a married man, happily married man, love my wife. She's a wonderful person. I mean, no disrespect. I didn't know, they asked. Apparently, they may have been asking who you are because there was some other guy in the Twitter thread, like, tweaking out. They could have been asking him because apparently they didn't even know who that guy was. I don't think anyone knows who that guy is. It's just some guy tweaking out on Twitter. I mean, the offer stands. I mean, if they're ever streaming, they have any questions, I mean, I'm here anytime. I will give you our little secret. You know, it's settings to your OBS. Want to know what sort of content you should stream. Purely in a professional context. Purely as a literally a professional streamer. Just that offer is open to everyone. It's not just them. Anyone who ever has any questions. People do message me. How do OBS isn't cooperating. Monster Hunter's not cooperating. I want to do this. Very happy. Very happy to help anyone. That is literally word for word how it is written, Oleum. But I did not know. I did not know. That was another man's girlfriend. I mean, is it funny? It's funny as hell. It is amazing. But I didn't know. I didn't know. I don't know if that makes it better or that makes it worse. But that's like... Dude, I'd be pissed. Yo, if somebody was messaging my wife like that, I'd be pissed. I'm like, what is wrong with you? That's my wife. I haven't gotten any messages though. I've gotten nobody pissed off at me, so. I mean, just for posterity, you should be like, yo, man, that's my girlfriend. Step off my girl. You should say that. That is the appropriate thing to do. And I would be like, yo, sorry, my bad. I'm a demon on Twitter. I never go on Twitter. Bonsai Ben, Merry New Year. Is it Merry New Year? Happy New Year. I'm really never on Twitter. If I'm on Twitter, I'm either being paid to shill a product or something's going down. Those are the only two situations. You can follow me once or twice a year, something's going down. Otherwise, you're going to get all of my shill streams. Which, I mean, maybe you want to see a shill stream. I don't know. That's the only reason I have it. No one's going to listen to a guy who got filtered by a random speedrunner. Oh, my God. It's like such like an interesting narrative. How I'm doing great, never been better. And the other person's literally deleted from existence. And I got filtered. But that's okay, man. This guy's going to be waiting for me behind Walgreens. We're getting a political stream on the 6th to mark the anniversary of last year. Interesting. I didn't think about that, but, I'll think about it now. I am not an aspiring political streamer, but I do political streams sometimes. Rarely. Very rarely. It would be kind of interesting to have like a retrospective. That's on a Thursday. I could, in theory, get some stuff together on Wednesday to talk about it. It's not a bad idea, honestly. I really will think about it. Unlucky hello. Happy New Year. He's rent-free in my... First of all, it should be they are rent-free in their head. That is their preferred gender pronoun. And I made a mistake in one of my original videos, misgendered them. And I feel bad for that. It's a little upsetting that they're out there I feel like the person that was tweaking off on Twitter doesn't know anyone, just likes coming in and being an asshole. Could finally influence my choices. Excellent. What are we doing? We're almost HR 50. We're pretty close to being able to do Great Jagras. Sounds like your average Twitter user. Dude, tweaking off hard, man. I want to do this USJ quest just to do it. Guys, I'm going to say I'm getting real thirsty. I'm going to do a quest, but then I'm probably going to have to grab some water. I don't know what's going on here. Cope, seethe, mauled. I mean, it's just like a copy-paste response, Papayapple. I mean, I would say that's a particularly, like, well-written rebuttal on Twitter. I mean, it's something. There's no likes on his tweets. I mean, I just don't know where they came from. Like, clearly they know who I am. But I don't know who they are. It makes me feel like an asshole. Like, you know, I'd like to have a dialogue with you, but I don't even know who you are. I don't know anything about you. Hydrate before you die. Dude, I'm so thirsty right now. Thirsty when I have girls sliding my DMs. Look, I did not know. I am innocent. So I usually like to tenderize this. Nefudis! Good morning. I'm sure Nefudis is feeling at least okay with the resolution. I'm sure he's very upset about what actually happened in the first place. But I actually, hold on. You want to know how good I am? I told Jen immediately when I found out. I said, Jennifer, I maybe just told a girl to slip into my DMs, and I did not know it was a girl. I think I even told her it was somebody else's girlfriend. She laughed. She laughed at it. She thought it was funny. So I'm not even in trouble with her, so don't even try. Did you miss something? Some Twitter account got deleted. Some stuff got taken down off of a Discord, from what I understand. I don't know. I'm not in the Discord. I don't have any null berries. This sucks. There's nothing wrong with it in the first place. There's only anything wrong if you make it something wrong, right? It's only going to get weird if you make it weird. She knows you don't know how to pick up lemon, just how to be picked up by them. She did ask me out. To be fair. You're right. I mean, to Foodist, like, the problem is, like, and my only real issue is, like, as somebody who's done, like, debate and stuff before, like, an argument wasn't even made. Like, give us the details. Like, what is Fist doing that's so bad? Like, give us something. Crime Fresh shit was good. Very relaxing. I took Saturday off in addition to Sunday, and it feels like I had a week off. Uh-oh. Woo. I mean, I just want to know why. Tell me why. Maybe I'll agree with you. Maybe Fist is an asshole. You're giving me nothing to work with. Wait, why are you over there? I mean, if you go to my Twitter, I'm not telling you to go to my Twitter, but I mean, it's not a lot of tweets. You can get through in a couple minutes. We don't get drama often in the Monster Hunter community, thankfully. I'm not making girls go into my DMs. I'm not doing. Well, I mean, I am. Tactically, the most technical term I am. But in reality, I'm not. It died between zones? Like it died in the zone barrier? Or it like literally died like where you couldn't even see it? That's upsetting. You missed the simple times when we asked whether Wyverians lay eggs. It's a pretty wild time. We'll sharpen here. This is fun. I guess I should probably get it with, like, the can. To make it weird, do you like beans? Most girls like beans. I promise you that. I promise you that. Alright? If you're having trouble with the ladies and you don't know what the problem is, not enough beans. We're having beans tonight, and nobody's stopping me. I feel like you're gonna break my thing here. Jen's gonna be fine. More than fine. She'll be fine and have beans. Guys, I'm so thirsty. Oh, I rolled right at it. Banes, thank you. Oh no. No, 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 no. Yes. I'm dead. Not dead. She said they shot I was a bean addict. She said I was addicted to beans, but like that's not addiction. I could stop eating beans whenever I want. Baines, I hope you're having a great New Year. How's the stream been going? We've been streaming for 28 minutes. I've only been live for really 18. It's not a lot of damage. It's the most popular addict line. Hope I'm doing fine too. I'm doing okay. Twitter nonsense notwithstanding. How many streams in 20? Who brings up? You guys bring up the beans. I don't bring up the beans. If anything, you guys are addicted to beans. Oh, I was hoping to jump there. Same thing with highways. Like you can't bait me and then say that counts. I got to bring it up completely unprompted. It's 2022, the year of the hole.
Happy New Year. It's 2022, the year of the hole. I look forward to more beans, highways, and Steve Roll.
With any luck, we will see a hole this year. It's like Santa Claus. You have to believe in it. Got that off. Keep promising hole. You're starting to think I won't deliver? Oh my god. What if that's what I'm doing in like the 8-minute warm-up? I'm just literally presenting hole to the camera. What dog's great? What monster missing from World? Of the big boys, Fatalis, I guess, is really the last really big one. But there's some things. There's like Ancient Leshen. There's Sakijiva. Ruiner, MR100. That's more of a time thing than it is like, will I actually kill it? Yeah, I'm thirsty, so I gotta get like a big thing of water, guys. I'm like dying over here. Making a new set for those monsters. Gonna stay with what I have right now. I mean, what I have right now is okay, minus like not having like a capacity boost deco. Playing EO1 and getting Anus key pulse is really hard to learn. I mean, any key pulse is better than no key pulse. And then key pulse when you have Flux, and Flux 2 is like also a way to fix having a bad key pulse. King, I had a great new year. King's usually there. King is very active on Twitter. You binge my YouTubes on the world quite a bit. Glad to see me streaming it. Yeah, we stream like 6 days a week. Yeah, a lot of people get stuck into the speedrun YouTube rabbit hole. All right, I'm going to be right back. I'm just going to get like a big bottle of water. You're going to see me go like, ah! Screaming as I'm throwing it down my face. This might look funny. I've got a little straw. Well, I make my mother-in-law measure my butthole to determine the size of short pants. I don't think she needs that. It's the only straw I have, and I put a lot of ice in here. I wish I had a bigger straw. Okay. Don't bully my straw size. It doesn't mean anything. Man, your MR does not go up at all. I'll just go to the guiding lens. I have a story. It's not really a funny story, but it's a story. So for Christmas Eve, you know, Omicron was like hot and heavy, and we picked up some coronavirus tests just in case anybody wasn't feeling well, and one person wanted to take it when we went to the party. My brother-in-law walks in. He's like, "Oh, look at these people taking a coronavirus test. Wow, what a bunch of losers." He's like taking pictures, posting it on his Facebook. I'm like, "Hey, man, we're just being safe. You know, we're around family. We want to make sure we're doing okay." This was Christmas Eve. I kid you not. New Year's Day, he's like, "Guys, I can't come. I'm not feeling well." Literally 1 week later, guy got coronavirus. Couldn't come to the party. Literally 1 week later. And his dad, my father-in-law, took one of the kits that we bought over to him, and the kit that we bought is how he found out he had coronavirus. You're welcome, by the way. It's like you can't make it up. Whatever. It's just life, man. It's just life. And it never stops. I hope he's okay. I hope he didn't infect anyone. Any thrusters? Oh, we had a fun time talking about it earlier, Bone Cuss. If I told your girl, Bone Cuss, to slip into my DMs, would you get mad at me? Would you tell me off? I hope you would. I would want you to. I would tell you off for not inviting me too. How dare you not make this a throuple? Hey, spin. Uh-oh. Oh, just barely. A what? A throuple? It's like a couple, but 3 people. I think it's a thing now. I think more and more people are doing that. Heal me, hello. And when there's more than 3 people, I think it's called a polyglot, which frankly sounds like a disease. Frankly, it doesn't sound healthy, but I mean, hey, you're happy. Oh no. Well, that worked. Polycule, is that what it is? Not a polyglot. Polyglot might be something else. That sounds like a Pokemon. It might be a Pokemon. I could have gotten it wrong. Polyglot is somebody who speaks several languages? Oh, I see. Polyglot is somebody who speaks 3 languages. Oh, I'm an idiot. Do you think blast weapons are any good in endgame fights? Well, Raging Bracky weapons are great endgame weapons, and they have blast on them. It's not my favorite status, but it's, like, never bad. You know, it's not like bringing the wrong element to a monster. It's only ever different things. I really like Uragon in this game. I'm not any harem protagonists. I don't know if harems would be that fun in real life. I feel like some people would just be very attention deprived. Blast just occurs too regularly? Well, I mean, again, for Raging Bracky, you use it because it's a good raw weapon, not necessarily because it's a blast weapon. Some monsters take a lot of blast, though. The thing is, at endgame in Iceborne, at least, there's very few true raw weapons. Like, almost everything's got some element or some status on it anyways. Oh, he's sleeping. I was like, what the hell is he doing? Streamers here are kind of like the OC of a harem anime. Excuse me? What? Yeah, I remember using a Raging Bracky bow on Runer. It felt good. It's still probably fine. I mean, I'm sure Fatalis is a bit better just because of all that raw, but... Is it still a harem if it's all male? Nothing wrong with that. If you want an all dude harem, it's all right. I'm not here to judge anyone. A reverse harem? Is it though? I guess it could be. I mean, I don't know if harem itself. I mean, I guess a harem implies all female, but is it even necessarily a gendered term? Impact files or power element files? You'll probably end up doing more damage on most monsters with the appropriate power element, but impact is certainly comfy. Plus you get the KO. Like 2 KOs a fight can be kind of a big deal. Some pretty big damage opportunities. Reverse harem is attack on manga websites? Well, I mean, if the manga websites make it that. What are we talking about? Reverse harems. A harem refers to a group of wives. Well, all right. I guess reverse harem would be correct. Did I miss you? I enjoy streaming very much. I did miss you. Male lives can count? I'm not going to start going off about femboy harems because I know some of you are going to be like, ooh, they're going to get a little bit too tickled. Yeah, like we've probably gotten like 5 blasts off here, maybe 6. Can I get him from the front? What am I grinding for? At this point, I'm just upgrading my Guiding Lands and trying to get MR. I'd like to get HR 50 so I can do some great Jagras and hopefully get a capacity deco. This is not on Xbox. This is on PC. Come on, buddy. I wish you were more like Radabon. It's probably getting close. Does he always fall over if he's exhausted? Yeah. It's probably worth minding him a little bit. Did I kill him? No. Can I mine him again? Oh no. He's on the ground a long time. He's not gonna be exhausted when he gets up though. You could actually mine his PP. He doesn't mind. We'll go for the capture. Makes sense. Can you gather the bugs on his Zenogre's back? You can, but you need to use the capture net. Can we mine my PP? If you can find it. You can zero in on that. Oh, hold on, I'm fine. You'll bring the microscope. You're gonna need something from the Fermi lab. We'll need the quantum electronic microscope. Didn't know you could still gather things from monsters? It's not super common. But it happens. All right, let's go up here. Magic build in Neo, time to spam living weapon. You disgust me. Coral Highlands is still pretty much the goal. If I watch Don't Look Up on Netflix, nope. Is it a show or is it a movie? I mean, if you really recommend it, I could watch it with Jen on Wednesday. Gator, good morning. How are we? Time of our lives. Great and sad film. Oh, I like that. I like sad movies. What was on sale the other day? Your Name, that anime movie? That was on sale on Amazon the other day for $4, so I ended up buying it. I like that movie. I like movies that you want to cry at. I like sad anime movies. Don't make fun of me. Fights an ogre? No. Don't want to fight Pink Rathian? Maybe. Did I cry? I didn't cry, but I wanted to cry. Talking about harems? Now we're talking about crying. I wonder if technically Tsutsuyaku would be better than Pink Rathian here. Your Line April? Everybody recommends Your Line April, but I can't get past the first episode. Maybe I should. It does show up in my recommended a lot. I watched Metropolitan. It was okay. I didn't cry. Your Name is a good movie, but A Silent Voice is better. I like A Silent Voice. I wouldn't necessarily agree that A Silent Voice is better than Your Name. I think A Silent Voice has like a lot more background material to draw off of, whereas like Your Name just makes, I think it fits better as a movie because it was clearly designed as a movie and not like as an adaptation. I mean, they're both good. Silent Voice is good, but the love story falls apart for you? Yeah, that's fair. It needed, like, another hour. You want to Eat Your Pancreas is another sad anime movie? Jen actually got that the other day. Stop kicking me. Now, the same people who made Your Name also made The Girl Who Leapt Through Time, and that's a good movie, too. That's maybe better than all those movies. Extremely good. What was the name of that manga I was talking about? Holy Land? Not a perfect manga, but a very good manga. An easily recommended manga. What movie? The Girl Who Leapt Through Time. It's a cool movie. If you like Your Name, you'll like that one. You might even like it better. I'm getting memed on by Tsutsu. He usually does this, though. Oh, I've got a freaking shield. I was trying to guard point it. You're reading Silver Spoon? Good anime, but it never finished, I don't think. For some, even though it was like crazy popular. I don't know what happened there. Why is my controller not working? Hello? Did I accidentally alt-tab or something? I was just like standing there. I think just for whatever reason, they just never finished it. The studio must have decided they wanted to work on something else instead. I'm pretty sure the manga's finished. The Girl Left the Time is from a different director. Oh my god. Same studio though, right? It's okay if I'm a liar. You just made my girlfriend rage quit 2 Discord servers? That's not nice. There's no need to pick on someone. I mean, she could be a bit nicer, but... She was bullying a friend of yours? Alright, well then I guess what else are you gonna do? Alright, well you're sticking up for your friend. Why is she so tweakers? What's going on? How do people end up in this situation on the internet? Different studio too? Oh my god. So, alright, I'm completely wrong. Well, you know what? I like a girl who leapt through time. Deal with it. I have none of my facts right. What monsters do you have left in this run? You can check the monster list, Jabberwork. You know, we still have to get MR100. We still have to beat Safi. All I said, we shouldn't be tolerating peddling stolen work and bullying those who call it out. Yeah. I agree with that. That's not... I mean, you didn't say anything controversial. So controversial and yet so brave. The list is updated. I said if I didn't update the list by 2020, I was going to have to show my balls on stream. So I updated it. Or 2022. So I updated it like Friday night or whatever. New to Monster on PS4. Can somebody help you? Where are you stuck? Have I seen the live action version? I have not. I bet it's cute though. It's updated. I'm going to start yelling at people now. It is updated. Go to the tab for Monster Hunter World. I have to organize it a bit more. Z-Split Hula. Who is that? Oh, is that you? Who is that? Coral Pookie ain't ticked. Okay, you know what? Tick my butthole. How about that? There. It's ticked now. You happy? Let's see if I can get it on stream, just so you can see it. Coral Pookie. Pookie's not ticked, streamer. I mean, we have to get up our master rank Ubernauts. There's like there's no avoiding it. That's a German politician? Are they liked? I mean, I know that's a funny question because, like, if you're a politician, somebody hates you. Somebody does not like you. I didn't do Black Diablos. I don't think I did. I don't think I've done that yet. Where's the person that needs help on PS4? Malon. Malon. Z spelled like a hello fellow children, but actually a conservative ghoul. That's funny. It's very odd. I mean, defense up in Rise is justifiable. Only because, like, sometimes you just got nothing else to do with your level 1 slots. Well, okay, I mean, then again, though, Unlucky, in theory, your higher base defense from Fatalis means you get extra value for running defense up. Oh, you know, I kind of want to do this Coral Pookie, though. I just summoned that Lavazia. I'll do the Lavazia. What is weapon affinity? It's a percentage chance to do a critical hit. When you land a critical hit, you deal an additional 25% raw damage. Some armor skills will make that higher. Critical boost can take it up to 1.4 in most cases. Sometimes you can get an armor skill that makes it so your element can crit. Those numbers are all over the place depending on the game. Some armor skills make it so that when you crit, you don't use sharpness, like Master's Touch. Most modern Monster Hunter games, say starting from Generations onward, have people running fairly high critical sets in the end game. It's not always necessary, but it's rarely ever a bad thing. Negative affinity? It's your percentage chance to do a... I don't think it's actually called negative critical. I think it's called something else. But let's call it a negative crit anyways. And then you do 0.75% damage. Some games have an armor skill that make it so that if you do a negative crit, you have a percentage chance to do an attack that deals more damage. My understanding is that in Generations Ultimate, it's like a 20% chance to do an attack that deals double damage. There is a skill in Monster Hunter Rise that says you'll do more damage, but it's actually really bad. It ends up being better just running a normal crit set. I put your piece on chat so maybe someone will invite you. Melon, tell me where you're stuck. You don't know. Maybe I'll come help you. Like if you're stuck on Pookie Pookie, I won't help you. If you're stuck on like Velkhana or Shar or something, I might help you. I have a whole guide on everything in Base World. You're stuck on Safi. Shut up. You're at the Everstream? Are you fighting Nergigante? Or Zidon Jiva? You're looking for him. So, go back to town, and then go back to the Everstream. Have you seen all the monsters? If you're looking for tracks, there's usually a lot of tracks by the lava. Z-Split, I don't really remember playing with pancakes much, but I believe you if you say it happened. All I remember was fighting a Great Jagras once. Sorry for the bad English. Sometimes you're Dutch? Wait, like only sometimes? I mean, it's fine. I need to sharpen. This sucks. Well, I have a lot of speed runs that will show you what spots you need to go to in order to get Nergigante to show up. If that's the part you're stuck on. They ask for an easy weapon? Hammer? Hammer's really, really good. The easiest weapon would be like the Defender Light Bowgun, but I don't really want to recommend that. New to Charge Blade, is there a reason not fully charged to red before using the file attacks? It depends. I mean, if you have yellow and you already have 2 files and you're just looking to keep your Savage Axe up, there's... If you're overcharging the files, you're going to load more than you need. Kind of a waste of time. Like right now, like I would only lose 1 file if I loaded in yellow, and if I had an attack opportunity, it's not that big of a deal. Depends where you are. In Master Rank, you know, it doesn't play the same as low rank and high rank when you're able to really spam lots of SAEDs. You're spending a lot more time in Savage Axe mode. And as long as your Savage Axe is staying up and you're able to get hits off, you're fine. So having loaded, I mean, what matters is how many files are actually going to be loaded into your chamber. Dude, Omnitoad, I know I saw that video, but I can't find it no matter how much I search. I feel like it got deleted. Yeah, so when it's yellow, it'll load 3 files. When it's red, it will fill out your files. Right now, because of no decos. See, John, thank you. I don't have load up. You should almost always have load up, but I just don't have any good armor pieces for it. I don't have any good decos for it. Been wasting so much time? You haven't been wasting time. You know, things that matter. Is your Savage Axe up? Is your sword buff up? Sword buff isn't necessary. I like running it a lot. It's nice to get some quick hits in. I should really, like, tenderize him. That would deal a lot more damage. Oh, I mean, shield buff is, like, pretty much mandatory. Like, if you're in a really good damage window, like the monster's toppled and you're in Savage Axe and your shield buff goes away, like, obviously keep comboing. But pretty much any other situation, you want to get your shield buff up instantly before you do anything. Hopefully it doesn't go away right here. Shield buff is a damage buff? It's a lot of things. So it's, first of all, a actual buff to your shield. So you get a better level of guard with shield buff than you would without it. It enables to do certain attacks. So you can't do an super amped elemental discharge. You can't do an SAED without it. You can't charge your sword buff without it. And you can't start Savage Axe without it, I don't think. Let me test that. In any case, it is a damage buff to Savage Axe. Okay, so you can do Savage Axe without it, but the shield buff does increase your Savage Axe damage. So you want to have it up. Do I have a YouTube? I do. I do exclamation YouTube should get you there. 2 points guard. Yep. Yep, so it means you take a little bit less stamina and you get a bit of a stronger guard reaction. So guard 5, the armor skill, plus red shield buff, plus a guard point is like guard level 9, technically. This chat's awesome and so helpful. They're good people. When they're not demanding to see my butthole, they're the best people. Even then, they're still good people. Do I have it be an addiction? No. Technically, it goes past 5 when you're just talking about the way it acts mechanically, right? Because, like, your shield still works with Charge Blade, even when you don't have a shield buff, right? It just gets stronger with the shield buff, and it gets even stronger when you've got a guard point. Haven't played this game so long, may re-download. It's still an incredibly fun game. Charged shield also deals fall damage on guard point. True. It feels like such a minor thing in World. For you, it was like actually pretty strong getting off guard points. But yeah, I mean, it does add up, and especially with like impact file, you'll see times where you actually get a KO out of it. The KO feels a lot better than the damage you get. Morning, you missed me yesterday? I don't stream on Sundays anymore. I spend the day with Jen. I tell her she's so sweet. Like the sweetest woman in the world. She was nervous because people in her family getting coronavirus. She's like, do I have coronavirus? I gave her a test. It said she was fine, so. I hand her 5 cans of beans. Take this, it'll make you feel better. You're both so sweet. Thank you. Where are the bones? Breathe if I'm being held at gunpoint. She's at work now. Grab the tracks too. It increases the level, right? Spends Sunday force feeding her beans like she's a duck making foie gras. We had leftover beef roast from her in-laws, and we ate that. Why don't you like Ruiner as much as normal Nergigante? Normal Nergigante is like a perfect fight without Claw Stagger. Like, he's just perfect. Like, he's the perfect little man. So it wouldn't matter what the monster is. I wouldn't like them as much as normal Nergigante, unless somehow they surpass Nergigante, which is definitely possible. Ruiner takes everything that you love from the fight with normal Nergigante and just says, like, sorry, it's not here anymore. And then the second phase, like, I could handle him if I only had to fight him in his first phase, but his second phase, when he just, like, starts just, like, barreling through everything, it's just not fun. Gosurog is amazing. I mean, Ruiner is neat, but, like, I'm not, like, into, like, his roar and then slam. If you've got a weapon with his shield, he's not that bad, I guess, because you just block the thorns he throws out. Here we go. Master rank, yay. Earplugs feel good against Ruiner. Earplugs completely justifiable against Ruiner for sure. Completely justifiable. You know, it's like a lot of monsters And it makes sense, right? A lot of monsters were discreetly designed around the idea that they'd be doing a lot of claw staggers, and then you would be wall banging them. And it feels that way. Like when I fight Ruiner, like I feel like they want you to do a lot of tenderizing and a lot of wall banging and stuff like that. And like I get it, like they designed the game with that, but like I don't have to enjoy it. I don't mind the Pepega Slam. Like I have no problem either blocking it or evading it. Like it's not great, but like I don't hate it. Yeah, I like 18er Gigante. He's a challenging fight with high rank gear for sure. Most monsters, and even, you know, 18er Gigante, you could fight him without tenderizing, without wall banging, but he more so than most things feels like they really want you to do that. I mean, you see, like I'm going through this pretty much without doing a ton of tenderizing, without doing a lot of wall bangs. Those would both make the quests go a lot faster. The clears a lot faster. I usually like to get one wall bang and one tenderize at the start of the fight. PCS tenderize mod? I mean, I don't really like using it. I did use it at one point, but I don't use it anymore. Because tenderizing lasts 3 minutes now, I feel like it's kind of balanced. Uh-oh. There's a little bit to the side there. Oh. So the way I look at tenderizing now is the game was balanced around 90-second tenderizes, pretty much. Now that it's 3 minutes, it's up for so much longer, and you can get one wall bang just by knowing the monster. I don't really have an issue with it. The drama kept you up till midnight yesterday? Oh my god, Dorvin, man. I don't see you being a little goblin in the timeline, though. Are you just reading things? You lurking on Twitter? You're staying up to date on. Well, I'm glad it brought you, presumably, joy. I would have honestly wished Shaver sped up heavy weapons rather than giving us Oh, we might die here. See ya. Somebody turned my Twitter exchange, oops, into a Phoenix Wright video. I think it was a bot that did it. And that was funny. I like Phoenix Wright. You guys know that. Put in the corner. It happens. All right, it happens, okay? Like, I just feel kind of bad. Like, I feel bad for the people that, like, are out there so passionate about something, but, like, just, like, completely incapable of expressing themselves like normal human beings. Like, they're clearly passionate about something, but, like, just don't have the words for it. What made you go to Twitter anyways? If I'm going on Twitter, I'm either shilling a product or I am about to go in hard on something. So I only ever, you know, I read about it. Like I'd expressed my viewpoints before about my doing what they were doing and not being a fan of it at all. And then obviously this was like a step even farther beyond that. And so I, you know, I'm going to say something. Will you hit something? Just gonna do this. What happened? I have to go through this over again? Some people stole code for the Monster Hunter Frontier work that had been done. Maybe did or maybe didn't install malware on it. Claim they were doing it because they hated the original, you know, packet collector slash programmer slash person who did literally everything. And then came out and said, we hate the original guy. He's dumb. Like, it's like grade school insults. He's dumb. He's an idiot. He's gatekeeping. And he's like, not gatekeeping. He's literally like, you know, going to be relaunching, you know, a fan-made MMO. He just wants to make sure it's going to work right. So people's first experience aren't like bugs and like terrible progression. You know, it wouldn't even exist without him is the important thing to know. So they stole all this work. They did a half-assed release that didn't even work for most people. And so understandably, somebody said it was like the Avengers. Like literally every Monster Hunter content creator I know, publicly at least, was like, this is bad. Take this down. This is bad. And they're like, you guys don't understand. This is a big meanie. Now, the reality, what the real story is that they're not telling you, is one of the people involved got banned from the Frontier server, which is like, you know, apparently like that never happens. And they just got sour grapes. And that's what it comes down to. They got owned and they get turned into a corn cob and now they're blaming everyone else. So it's a little sad. It's sad that they're banned. I mean, you got yourself banned. Like, I got no pity. Frontier talk? Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Somebody asked. So. And so I was just on there being like, hey. I mean, I was, you know, I was like everyone else for the most part. It's like, hey, you're doing the wrong thing. Take this down. I mean, if there's any point of theirs, Fog, that almost comes close to valid, is the idea that, I mean, obviously Fog is not Fog. Fist is not like an original developer of the MMO, right? But they're the only one, or at least the primary person that knows what the hell they're doing. So, like, do they think they're going to make a better MMO? You know, I mean, if they had a good relationship, they wanted to make something like small and private on their own, if they're going to make a significant difference into the branch, if they wanted to make a server in a different territory in the world, there's actually a number of things that they could potentially do that could, in theory, be beneficial. Instead, they're just stealing things and, like, slandering people, so. Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean, Bokus. Like, there's not, like, it's not like there's zero situations where somebody could come in and improve it. Like, you could absolutely, like, maybe, you know, the server that it's going to be on doesn't play well in, say, Southeast Asia. So maybe they want to make a server that runs well in Southeast Asia. Maybe they want to localize the game into a different language. Maybe they have their own feelings and philosophies on how the game could be better balanced. I mean, there's so much that could be done. And they did literally nothing. I mean, it's important drama in the sense that, you know, this is a work of trying to preserve an important part of Monster Hunter history, and people are jeopardizing it by going hot out of the gate, possibly getting negative attention brought to it, you know? And that's already happening. Like, you got people be like, ooh, I'm going to at Capcom, like, you know, like garbage like that. You know, again, Sour Grapes, like, oh, if I can't have my server, nobody can. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, I mean, like, you joke, but, like, you know, if they were developing, like, an Esperanto localization, like, that would be benefiting the project in some way. And I alleged, and people disagreed with me, my allegations, like, if these are people that really care about the game, they would let the original project go forward. Without that, like, my only assumption is that there's some sort of ulterior motive. You know, whether they're installing malware, whether somebody's trying to, like, sell subscriptions, whether somebody's trying to promote a Discord. Like, I just don't believe that somebody's doing it out of the goodness of their own heart. I'm sorry, I'm not a cynical person, but I'm too cynical for that. I heard they're trying to hit the Frontier server back up. That is literally what we're discussing right now. It's literally the conversation. Like, and I don't know Fist super well. Like, I'm not saying they're, like, you know, a saint or the best person ever or programming genius, but they've literally done all of the work. Like, the only reason I was ever to play Frontier in the end days was because of him. He created an English patch. He created an English guide. He literally was in the end days coordinating packet capture. He was like, stop recording fights and start recording packets. And he was right. You know? And we are lucky in the sense that for the most part, Capcom seems to be fairly neutral as to fan projects like this. Like, I've never seen like an aggressive takedown notice or anything like that from Capcom. So we are very lucky. You know, if this were like Mario Online, you know, like we'd be really screwed right now. Packets? So when you're rebuilding a MMO, you obviously have your client-side software. What you don't have is the server software. And so you can't, like, Capcom's just not going to, like, give you the server software. I mean, maybe. In a bizarre universe, they would. So you need to create, like, an emulated interface that will work, that will talk to the client side. And the way you do that is, you know, when people are playing, you capture packets that are coming into and out of the client. You know, I mean, someday I will have the guts and wherewithal to start talking to Capcom about, you know, whether or not they'd ever be open to licensing older games to remasters. My problem is I've got literally, I'm a micro influencer. I have no programming experience. So it's gotten better in the last year. Like I've got to meet a lot of people that are clearly very experienced in programming and stuff like that. So who knows, it could happen, but the dream would be to someday have like some sort of an actual remaster that could be done. Yeah, Nintendo absolutely would rather the game dead. You know, for Capcom, like, it feels like they just want to focus on their new games and they don't really care that much about the other stuff. Yeah, no, Nefudis, I heard. Like, and that's the crazy thing. It's like literally like fan, like stuff like you guys did is stuck in their stuff. Like you can't even make that up. Like as stolen as you could possibly be. I think they're going to remake the old games. I don't think so, but I mean, you never know. It's true. You know, Capcom does love to remake games, just not Monster Hunter. Psycho's the stuff with 3, Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Yeah, I mean, there's just certain... Well, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, like, I get it. At this point, like, the licensing behind Marvel stuff is a nightmare. Like, do you want to negotiate with Disney? Chaos Dragon, thank you. Like, I wouldn't want to negotiate with Disney. That sounds awful. You know, I'm just going to shoot it into the trap. Or that. You know, even when they did Marvel vs. Capcom 3, like, you know, some suit at Disney was like, put everyone in these weird gray outfits. Oh, I agree with you. There's immense fan demand for the older games. I just, like... I think they just don't want to be bothered because as powerful and successful as Capcom is, like, Disney's more, you know? And negotiating with those rights and licenses is just going to be a nightmare. So, like, I don't blame them. Like, you got to give Capcom every ounce of credit that you can in that regard. Nintendo did it, was able to get some things with Sora. I mean, that's Nintendo, you know, and you know Disney's over there, like, drooling at the idea of putting Mario in one of their properties. Like, they'd probably be down for that. Who knows? Maybe that's what they had to do. And, yeah, to be fair, Sora is a little bit more of a Square Enix creation than Disney. And within the context of Smash, I think you only just barely see, like, Donald and Goofy in the background. Like, they don't even show up. They might have... Who did the Wreck-It Ralph game? Who actually coded that? Oh, wait. Did Donald and Goofy not even show up? Oh, my God. I thought they showed up in the background of, like, some stage. They replaced Donald and Goofy with Boat and Wump Fruit. Cool. Cool and good. We are HR 50 now. Let's kill a couple great Jagresses. The closest you see is the Mickey keychain on Sora's sword. Wow. Yeah, Rax, I'd be interested to watch that video if you don't mind posting it in the Discord. I would watch that after the stream. Do you mean like simple and clean isn't included, Shup? Simple and clean should have been in there. No matter what they had to do to get the rights for it. Even if it was paid DLC. Yeah, that's pretty sad. It is a crime. I was so confused why I couldn't do this before. I mean, Loud Castilian, I mean, they could have still licensed it. I mean, I'm sure it was brought up. Like, I'm sure it was mentioned. Sherpaderp, hello. Record label Sony Music? I could see that being an issue. I could see that being an issue. Do you think they'll add Great Jagras to Rise? If they did, he would automatically be Greatest Jagras. Like, that would be the default form. I don't know. I just don't feel like Sunbreak would want to take that asset and use it. I mean, they could. It would be an interesting fight, but I feel like they'd rather focus on stronger species. It would be a very early fight in Master Rank if it was. Did you first greatsword hunt yesterday? Oh, greatsword's so fun though. Oh, nice tremor. I guess, well, do you mean Bullfongo or Bull Drone? Bullfongo, I believe, are in Rise. Bull Drone was last in Generations. He's running. I just want the capacity up, Deco. I just don't know if we're going to get it. I don't know how common it is. Is Rise worth buying? You're thinking of getting it today. On the Switch? If you don't have a PC, it's worth buying. If you have a PC, I would get it on the Switch. Or on the PC. You're sad there's no deco farming event in Master Rank? Oh, there is. The Celiana supply catch events. Stupid Devil Joe. Rise is fine on Switch. On PC, it looks better, but it's still, like, clearly a game that was designed for the Switch. Trying to catch or cache? Doesn't matter. Was Joe spitting at me? He threw a rock that got caught in the water. I mean, if you only got a Switch, bro, I mean, just get it on the Switch. Like, don't even think about it. It's cash? I mean, with Greatsword, you could always just do, like, Frostcraft Greatsword, just do draw slashes. Throw some Frostfang arms on there. You've got yourself Punishing Draw as well, which will give you some openings. That's a lot of fun. Dual Blade as a counter in Rise, yeah. It's pretty fun, actually. You say cache? I mean, English is a messed up language. I'm not even going to spend any time thinking too hard about any of it. Did the guy who got a 2-week ban come back? Which guy? I mean, lots of people get 2-week bans. I mean, that's like a regular experience. That's not rare. I don't even know. Which one? You think you got a 2-week ban? You're still here? I don't know. I don't think I would hit you for 2 weeks. You've had some controversial takes, but I don't think you've ever done anything like outright 2-week ban worthy. Sixteen gun, hello. Good morning. All right, nothing. I didn't get banned. I'm just ignored. I mean, you might be on the list. People are doing the 50-50 on Dauntless. It's fun. You missed the list fiasco. It'll be back this summer. Nah, you can't meld capacity. Yeah, if people don't know, when you type Dauntless into chat, it's like a 50-50 chance whether the bot will time you out for 5 minutes or not. If you're feeling lucky, you can give it a shot. I don't think Zinogre for decos is better than doing the Elders. Like, don't screw this up. Don't screw it up. Very important. This feels like a lot less than 50-50. I don't know. Some people are getting it. It's just the law of averages. Like, it's always going to feel off to you. We might play Dauntless sometime this year. We don't get the early access to Sunbreak. I said I'd play it for 2 weeks. I don't know. I wouldn't push it in that. And if it is, you gotta get yourself a lottery ticket. I normally don't condone gambling, but I'm pretty lucky over there. Crit boost is nice. Some okay decos there. Crit boost is really nice. That could be a capacity at the end there. Nope. Wouldn't resist. All right. Dauntless is an Epic Games produced Monster Hunter copy, in my opinion. I guess it is technically Epic produced, right? I don't know how much Enhancer is helping here. Likewise, I don't know how much Hard Mounster is helping here. You know, I thought I had more expert than that. Enhancers into useful and Charge Blade. It is a little bit nice if you only have like five ticks of files. And I'm doing Savage Axe, so it's kind of nice for things to stick around a little bit longer in that regard. I think it helps Savage Axe. I don't know. I actually need to test it. I'll say this, though, like, public opinion on Dauntless, well, I don't know public opinion, but some people I know and trust are saying that Dauntless is actually getting good. Shocking, I know. I've tried a number of Monster Hunter likes. Tokiden is probably the one I've enjoyed the most. Soul Sacrifice gets a shout out for having good music. I don't know that the combat's any good. You wanted to get my take on the Frontier stuff that was going on? Shouldn't everyone work together in spirit of preservation instead of wanting to be the first to release it or have special access? Did you not see the... I'm involved in it a little bit, a tiny bit. Like I'm on Twitter, you know. I was out there. I know that's shocking. If I'm on Twitter, it's a big deal. people should work together, which is why when people come out the gate and call the original programmer / developer / guy that did everything an idiot and a gatekeeper, and then release stolen software that is very clearly stolen with no support or background, that would at best fragment a community and at worst spoil the pot for everyone else. Yeah, it sucks. It's bad. Care to explain my beef with Dauntless? I don't want to. I've done nothing wrong. Cause it's like pathetic. It's like sad. It's like a sad little man story. If I don't get early PC copy, you'll cry. I'll be okay. So it was PAX East 2019. At this point, I had been a full-time streamer for maybe about like 6 months. You know, I'd been streaming for a while. I'd been making content for like probably like 7 or 8 years. I had won the 2018 North American Championship for Monster Hunter. I was a partner Twitch streamer. And it was the very first time I was taking any time off away from the stream to go do anything that was not stream related, right? So, you know, when you're a full-time streamer, when you're first getting started, everything like that, like it's real serious. Like you're putting the time in, you know, you're making a real commitment. It's not a weird flex. I'm giving you context. So I'm at PAX East 2019 with my good friend, Omnitoad. I think Nina Fene might have been there too. And he texts me and he's like, hey man, I was just over at the Dauntless booth and they're going to have a party tonight. You should go over and talk to them and see if you can get an invite. I'm like, okay, sounds good. You know, yeah, I think I'll do that. He says, yeah, just ask. So I go over to the booth and I'm like, hey, name's Shepard, full-time partnered streamer on Twitch. I stream Monster Hunter. You know, game's a lot like your game. And I heard you guys are going to have a party tonight. I was wondering if there was any space for me to come in. The person working there looks at me. She goes, first of all, I don't know who you are. Second of all, I don't know what Monster Hunter is. And I'm like, well, okay, like I understand you don't know who I am, but you know, Monster Hunter it's a lot like your game. And I think, you know, I mean, I'd be interested to hear more about it, you know, at your event. Like, you know, it was getting a little bit later in the day. It was maybe like around 4 o'clock. But she says, well, we don't have any spots left at the party. So you can't come. And I go, wow, okay. I mean, I guess if you say so. So, you know, I see Toad and I say, all right, man, sorry. They said, there's no room left at the party. I guess I'll just go home to my B&B and I'll see you guys tomorrow. So, you know, I get my Uber And I head back to my B&B and I put like some movie on Netflix. I'm like sitting in my underwear. I'm eating like these like 3-day-old Danishes that I picked up on our first day over there. It's like these stale Danishes, watching a Netflix movie. And like Toad's texting me. He's like, hey, Shepard, what's going on, man? I said, oh, I'm just, man. He's like, yeah, we're at the Dauntless party. It's an open bar and they're just letting anyone who wants in to come in. I'm here with Sammy Sliz. Sammy's like, woo! And I'm just sitting there. I'm like 45 minutes away in my B&B all alone in my underwear. And I'm just like, no, I'm just gonna stay there. So I don't need a public apology. I just want, like, in private, I'll never mention to anyone. In private, somebody for the Dauntless team to be like, hey, Shepard, sorry about the party. I'll play the game right now. They don't need to pay me. I'll play it. But until that day arrives, nah, man. Scorched earth. Dauntless. Why they gotta do me like that? Why you gotta disrespect me so badly? It was so bad. Because I'm like, I know you haven't heard of me before, but like that's what these events are for. Like I had like business cards. It was like, like back then it was probably like 40,000 subscribers on YouTube. It was like maybe like 20,000 followers on Twitch. Like it's not huge. Like that's not like a big streamer, but like that's not like a micro streamer. I'm not micro. Nope. No. I don't tell Ryoza to call me champ. He calls me champ. I was at E3 2019. That's a whole nother story. And he saw me, he recognized me, and he said, oh, champion. That's what he calls me. Okay? Doesn't call you that. He calls me champion. Tell the E3 story. What? Is this going to be the greatest hits of all my traumas? Is that the proudest moment of my life? That's a good moment. That's a good moment. He calls me that. Doesn't call you that. Pineapple story finale. Like, I don't even know where to get started with the E3 story. It's more of a criticism of E3 as an event, of them not knowing what the hell it is. More so than anything else. So E3, for those of you that don't know, because it's like kind of like a dumb event now, is like historically it's been a press event. Going back to like the 90s. Electronic Entertainment Expo. It was an event that existed really just so video game companies could talk to investors, find investors, talk to journalists, get out some idea of what might be coming out in the future. They died for a while. Sony pulled out. And it seemed like for a while E3 was going to go away entirely. But they came back in 2019. And in addition to press passes and obviously like investor passes and stuff like that, you had gamer passes. And it was like very clearly like a hierarchy of who was allowed to do what. And so on the day that you arrived as a gamer and you were allowed to go, it said you could enter the building at like noon or at like 1. And there's like no signage for the gamers. Every time you asked an employee like where you had to go, like nobody had any idea. And so everybody's just like milling around, like, you know, in front of the building trying to figure out what's going on. Just as the time we're supposed to come in, you know, we get to the front, we're queuing up in line. Some guy comes out, head of security, whatever, starts like waving his arms. No gamers! No gamers! No gamers! And like we just get like shuffled out. And like we're brought around the side of the building to like a parking garage. And told, okay, this is where you gamers have to go. Line up in this dirty, pollution-filled parking garage. I mean, okay, fine. So you get through the line. I get to the end. Like most normal people, like I've got a camera, and I seriously have like a micro tripod, like the tiniest tripod ever. It's like a tripod for elves. And so, you know, I'm going through security and they're like saying, you can't bring in your tripod. I said, what do you mean? It's so tiny. Yes, like me, because I'm tiny and I need an elf-sized tripod. And they said, if you go outside, you'll find some coin lockers. To nobody's surprise, there were no coin lockers outside. So finally, go back to, I'm so pissed at this point. Like, I'm so pissed at this point. This is the event I went to immediately after PAX East. So like, I've already been disrespected twice this year. In 2019. When I finally got inside, it was okay, but like the only booths that were any good were Bandai Namco and Capcom. And so like, the whole reason I came out there was like, hey, Shepard, come on out. You'll have exclusive access to early Iceborne at E3. I'm like, okay, I'll take the trip out to Los Angeles. I'll do what I need to do. Literally, as I'm in the hotel room, like on the second night editing videos, it's like, and you'll all have access to play Iceborne this Friday. Okay. All right. Well, we had a couple days of exclusive footage, so I guess that was something. I don't want to do events anymore. You want me to come to your event? Pay me. In-person events are always bad when it involves gaming. They're always bad. Gothmog, thank you. How much to come into your house? I'd rather go to your house, Red Snap.
Oh, it's my birthday.
There's a lot less chance of me being traumatized.
Yeah. Pay me. Ugh. Sprinkle all that cheddar over my chest and eat it. Yeah.
Tell Chad about the burgers. In-N-Out burgers are excellent for the price. They're not the best burgers you'll ever have, but they're pretty good. I've never enjoyed Comic-Con. At this point, I assume I will never enjoy Comic-Con.
Look, I will bite you, okay?
It's just like a meat market filled with like selling merch. Like, I'm not into merch. Like, I'm not gatekeeping comic books and stuff, but like, people just care about the movies now. It's like not even about the comics, is it? Like, why is it called Comic-Con? Tell us about how you didn't get Rise Early Access, then after you bought it, you got it. This is just you guys just want all the greatest hits, huh? This is, you want all of them. You just want more and more and more. I give and give and give, and you take and you take and you take. I mean, the clip speaks for itself. Fatalis bet? Fatalis bet is nothing compared to most of these. I wore a nut suit for a week twice, and you know what? I'm okay with that. You give too? That's true, Fire Cannon. Thank you. What about the time my dad bought birds? That's a kind of a messed up story, though. We'll see on Wednesday which streamer gets early access to PC Rise. When is Rise coming out? When is like the official early release? Is Fatalis coming to Rise? I don't want to talk about it. The 12th? Like the 11th at midnight? Or like the 12th at midnight? I don't understand time zones. Sucks. I need capacity. Why do you think YouTube removed the dislike button? If someone was going to make an ad on that would show the dislikes? I don't know. I did pre-order my copy, Meowsy. Of course I did. As should you. Think Lavazioth is better? But then you got to fight Lavazioth. What monsters do you still need from Iceborne? We need Ruiner. We need... Oh, hold on. Let's see if we can get this. SOS. Found out I'm only a 13-hour drive away. I'm learning to retract my testicles inside my abdomen as we speak. Corporations don't like when their videos get disliked, so YouTube removed it. That makes sense. Does Thrustmaster have gyro? Nope. No gyro in the Thrustmaster, unfortunately. It's 13 hours between skin suit friends. I mean, you get it. Can you add a third stick to control gyro? I'm sure a very talented person out there probably could do that. Barnos. What? I need to kill a Dodogama. I thought he killed a Dodogama. It would be interesting that an API would even allow you to see dislikes. It's easy. Gonna wait until the last day to do KT like Safi? Nah. No, we're gonna do it earlier. Square said they have plans for NFTs. Will 14 be affected? Possibly. I mean, it's going to work, though, Rick Poole. I mean, just like no business wants to spend money advertising on YouTube if it has the possibility of backfiring on them. Square is getting big hate for it? Yeah. Like, one of the arguments for NFTs is people like, oh, you could play video games and make it your job. And it's true. There's some games where in certain areas with low cost of living, people are grinding enough in the games to make enough income in an area that has a low cost of living. But like, to me, that feels like a very temporary thing for those people. Like, do you really want to make everybody's video game experience the equivalent of being like gold farmers in MMOs? Like, I don't think anyone's gonna like that. You're taking a leisure activity, which is playing video games for entertainment, and you're trying to make it into people's jobs. And the reaction for them is people like, well, people want to be Twitch streamers. But like, when you look at the number of people that want to be Twitch streamers and the number of people that actually do it for a living, and then how many people that want to do it for a living and are pissed because they aren't doing it, like, it's staggering. You know, less than 10,000 people are making a living streaming video games on Twitch. And that's being generous. Poor little guy. Nobody really wants to be a streamer. They're filthy. Oh, no SOS. I'll do it on the next time. How's that? You know what I mean? Blizzard tried with, what was it, like the real money auction house. And some people early on like made some okay money, like a couple $100. But people hated it so much it got shut down. Like, the only people that liked it were the people that made money. You made over 4,000. So, like, you probably liked it, you know, and I don't blame you. Why does Rise Charge Blade feel so weird? It does feel weird. Was a good side. I mean, I mean, that's some good side money. $4,000 is not bad. I mean, the issue is as the market expands, like, the money would dry up. Unless, like, and maybe, all right, I'm going to, like, throw up in my mouth. The only way it could be good is if, in order to keep the economy going, the developer was incentivized to create more content to get people to keep doing things. But you know, in reality, it would have to be, like, the cheapest, lowest effort expansions to content possible. Like, it wouldn't be like, yay, we're getting a new area. It would just be like +1, +2, +3, +4, +5 to keep people on an endless treadmill, to keep artificial demand up, so that the suppliers would feel a need to supply and provide them with their digital currencies. So there's really no situation where it ends up being good for anything. If anything, it's just going to create low-tier derivative content, which is exactly what you see in NFTs in the first place. Like stickers in CSGO, I have no idea, but that sounds like exactly what I would predict. DB3 gear farming is already like that? What's DB? So, I mean, I don't know. Oh, Dragon Ball 3? Oh, Diablo 3? So that's what it is. Like, if it actually magically created new, original, good content, obviously it'd be good. But in order for there to be enough supply for everybody to have their own original thing, it has to be crappy, low-tier content. So nobody really, like, nobody really benefits. What's Square, a game company? Square Enix, yeah, as a game company. Oddly enough, they were the ones going bankrupt, but they get to put their name in front of Enix. Curious. How did I not get a Dodo Gamma hide? All right, I guess we'll SOS this one. I haven't, like, I've not had anyone able to really give a very compelling reason as to how NFTs, A, are necessary, or B, beneficial for video games. And the answer invariably always comes down to, well, we could become rich. We're going to make so much money. And it's like, someone's going to make money. What happened on Twitter yesterday? Just some stuff. NFTs work well as a ticket to a virtual event, but like, okay, so I guess I cannot fire an SOS. I'm sorry. So I watched the video, Gator, and I commented on it. And I said, I think your personal experiences have warped your judgment because, I mean, spoilers, he's made money off of real money auction houses before, and he's probably also invested in NFTs himself. Like, I love the guy. Like, he makes some good content, but, like, I don't know. I'm pretty sure he's off base. How to unlock the best armor. Fatalis? Arguably the best armor. All right. So, first, you got to do the thing where you go look at Rajang. Well, first, I guess you got to kill the Kirin with no horn. And then you got to look at Rajang. You don't have to kill him. And then you have to kill Stygian Zinogre. And then you have to kill the Recon Safi. And then you have to look at Elatrion. You technically don't have to kill it. And then you get a baby Elatrion that you have to kill, and then you can fight Fatalis. This is what people wanted. Best armor is Defender. What? You set one player max? Oh. That's it's a habit. Yeah, I mean, if everything got off on a different foot, I could see possibly there being a world where NFTs would be beneficial. But I mean, that ship has long since sailed. You like your tokens fungible? I'm sick and tired of all these non-fungible tokens. I just want to funge. Your Melania Trump NFT is not going to be worth anything? I don't know, man. I mean, things are worth exactly what people are willing to pay for it. The hard thing is, like, there's so much scamming in, like, the crypto space that you can't have any, like, real idea of what you might actually be able to buy or sell something in the long run. How come I didn't get a Dodo Gamma hide before? Imagine you play Rise on the Dauntless tag and infinite people getting timed out. You know my demands. Yeah, so like, you know, there's this idea that with NFTs, you can have it so that artists earn like a derivative on sales of that piece in the future, but like, I don't know. I mean, it's not easy being an artist in any context, but I'm not sure that future derivatives on sales are the things that you necessarily want to rely on for transactions. I mean, you're just adding to the transaction cost of exchanging it. I don't know. I haven't really thought about it too much. What am I doing? I need his flesh. Broadway, hello. That was hard. And I need a wingdrake hide? How do I get that? Murnos. I don't know if that's low rank Murnos. That is low rank. What is my headset? This is a Philips SHP something something. I recommend it. I mean, I'm not sponsored by them, but they are cheap and comfortable. Philips SHP 9500s for $75. Not bad. It's an affiliate link. I've never once gotten paid as an Amazon affiliate, though, so take that for what you will. Oh, they are open. Yep. It's an open back headphone. It's not going to blow you away with, like, the quality of the sound, but it's definitely, like, good enough. Like, I've definitely had better headphones before, but I've never had more comfortable headphones, so... For me, if I'm playing video games for 5 to 10 hours a day, I want to be comfortable more than like, wow, that sounds so good. I would actually be happy to have a co-branded Philips SD headphone. I really would. Where'd the Murnos go? I promise I'll SOS in my next quest, which is going to be Lavaziov? Do they RGB? No. They don't do anything fun. Yeah, so the most comfortable headphones I've ever owned were the Sennheiser 555s. But those aren't being made anymore. So these are technically the second most comfortable pair of headphones I've ever had. I really enjoyed the 555s. I've got their follow-up, but they're not as good. Crazy thing, Monster Hunter World came in 2018. It's still a really good game. Subjective, but you can equalize SHP 9500s to make it sound better? Really? Huh. Do you do that on the PC level? How do you do that? There's like 3 different presets. What the hell? I don't know what I'm looking at, but it looks interesting. Sennheisers have probably been the best sounding headphones I've ever had, but the more recent ones are just not comfortable. Like, I don't care how good they sound. If they're not comfortable, I'm not going to wear them. You have brand loyalty to biodynamics since you found a $300 pair on the side of the road? That sounds pretty legit. All right, we're going to SOS. All right, I'm not going to reduce it to one person. You think we'll get anyone to join us? I guess it's possible. Why am I SOing this one in particular? Somebody redeemed SOS. Is Fallout 76 worth getting? It's on mega sale right now. It's been available as a free-to-play game, or at least as included with Game Pass for a long time now. I don't know. Some people like it. It's certainly been improved by quite a bit. $10? That sounds like a lot of money. Why not get a Game Pass membership? For like 3 months. You have an Xbox? Game Pass works on PC. Mikado, wouldn't it make things sound weird for other people, like, listening to the stream, though? Too poopy for PC. So what, you're gonna get it on the PS4 or something? You don't trust your PC with Game Pass. They recently reworked Game Pass to be better on the PC. So come on. Dr. Sloppy. Any strong feelings in chat about somebody named Dr. Sloppy? I'll look into it, Mikado. I mean, during major content droughts, I did have the funny idea of trying out Fallout 76 on stream. Obviously didn't end up doing it, but I thought about it. Oh, hold on. Sorry. Display is dead. I don't think we have that. I don't have the, that promotion is gone. I think. I don't know. It might still work for today. But my, my sponsored period with them ended at the end of the year. Sorry. I meant to take that down. Yeah, I don't know if that works. I mean, I would assume the promo might still be up. Let's see. Uh, maybe? Digging Dr. Sloppy. I mean, Dr. Sloppy is interested in sponsoring the stream. I mean, no. I almost feel like doing the guiding lands and getting like ore to meld is going to be better for decorations than it is doing this. It'll get our MR up. Promo code is SLOPMD. Nameless one, thank you. Maybe we'll do like a little, let's do some melding, maybe. So we want Coral region. Lavazioth, Oregon, Brachydios. I kind of hate fighting Brachydios. I like fighting Oregon, though. You think I've gotten a geologist deco at this point? God, I hope I have. How is this possible? How is this possible that I have not gotten geologist? I got geologist plus. I kind of want to get geology level 3 so I can get more ore. Do greatest geologist. I'm just going to do this one. Brachy is boring and rolled without blast resistance. Do more rolling than fighting, yeah. Raise levels faster, but it's cheesy. Oh, just like spamming the traps. You know, I feel like with the final patch, it's not hard to raise levels, though. Like, as long as you're hunting the right things, like, it's not bad. Yeah, I want hard geo. Like, real bad. Like, my issue isn't raising the levels. Like, that's not the problem. It's just killing the things quickly enough just to increase my HR and MR. I triple trap before cap. That's so goofy. I mean, it makes sense, but it is goofy. Hello? There we go. It is optimum, for sure. I'm your favorite meow meow? I don't know what that means. Is that like a sex thing? I guess I should just block. It sounds like a VTuber thing. What am I farming? Getting some decos. I'd like another geology deco or a capacity up deco. And I think this is the best way to get them. Oh my god, Apple, I'm sorry I did that to another content creator's girlfriend. Oh my god. Could you imagine if I was like one of those drama streamers, the YouTube video I could make? I invited whose girlfriend to come into my DMs? Gone wild. Gone sexual? Question mark. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. Oh no. Older, mature streamer steals little streamer's girlfriend. In the corner it says, Jen is okay with it? Question mark. What compelled me to type that? Look, man, I can't explain to you why I do or say the things that I do. Jen laughed. She thought it was funny. I mean, here's the thing, like, guys have cute anime girl pictures as their profiles all the time. Most of you guys have cute anime girls as your profile pictures. Like, I don't think anything of it. You know, I mean, it's bad of me. I just assume it's all just dudes. Don't add us. I'm just saying, like, it's more normal than anything else. You have cute anime boys for my pictures? Respect. It's a strong roar. I surprisingly have not gotten any blowback for that. If anything, people are just laughing. So I guess that's probably the best thing. All I'm saying is if somebody told my wife to get into their DMs, I'd be yelling at them. I'd be like, hey man, that's my wife. I would have something to say. And the fact that there's been none of that is kind of funny. They don't see it as something sexual. Well, that's good. That's good. It's not meant to be. Person is gunner, so they had it coming to them. It's not always gunners, but it usually is. It's not always, but usually. Most, not all. I didn't say all. Something stinks. It's usually the butts. I'm a gunner. I didn't say all gunners. I like gunning. Gunning is really fun in some games. Play Sticky to prove it. When I'm farming ATKT, I like Sticky for breaking the horns. Yeah, my channel started because people were making fun of light bowgun. Now, back then, light bowgun wasn't nearly as strong as it is now. Why is there a time out for 10 minutes point rewards? Some people want to get timed out for 10 minutes. Who am I to stop them? Some people, 10 minutes is not enough, please. God damn it. My life is meaningless. Where's geology? Why is defense lock even a thing? Who is sitting there being like, Because, like, I got to go out of my way to do timeout, mega fish, man. Is it 600? It's actually a really annoying thing for me to do. What does defense lock even do? It prevents you from getting the defense down status, or it shortens the time if you have less than 3 points of it. Can't you meld geology? If I can, I'm going to freak out. No. You can meld defense. You actually meld vitality and sonorous. That's kind of nice. Nope. Double Joe, Extreme Behemoth. I mean, it's something. Thought you could. Reasonable. It would be reasonable to be able to meld something like that. Where are my Steam tickets? I have a bunch. They're worth a lot of points, right? I don't know if it would help us at all. You can meld Mighty Bow. Yep. You can meld a lot of like the really rare high-ranked echoes. Just can't meld capacity up. Guard up. A lot of good things. Is this a new account? Yep. For this challenge, we've been making new accounts on the saves. It may or may not end up being the same way for generations when we get there. You have 11 capacity boosts. I only need one. How are the hunts? It's okay. You know, I was taking a shower today, Incognito Man. I was thinking about the, as I commonly do, I was thinking about Pokey Pokey Iru Village. Really got me thinking. It could happen. Like, I don't even know how good of a game it is. It's a Capcom title. Actually, I think it's technically a From Software title. So, like, it's probably not bad. I'm assuming it's probably some of the same team that made Stories. Is there an English patch for it? Maybe someday. Where's the Moonlight Greatsword? Could be there. So it would be nice. It would be nice for us to at least try and get a UI patch out. How much interest is there in it? Well, the problem is in the West. I mean, how many people even know it's a thing? This is literally the least amount of effort possible. But I did see, even aside from like people that would volunteer, that like, it's like 10 cents a word for a translation to get a company to do it. Am I gonna play more Dark Souls 3 tonight? I am. How hard is it to set up the 3U emulator? It's not hard. And I don't know. That's why I was kind of curious as to the word count for the script, because something like 100,000 characters is like $5,000 to get like a professional translation, assuming that there's no licensing issues with like a professional company doing it. But apparently there's some fan desire to help out. So what about puns? You would definitely need people to punch up the script. Almost definitely. I mean, that's going to be the hard part. Isn't Pokey Pokey Iru Village just Animal Crossing? I think there's like some fighting in there. $5,000? Good luck. You're talking to the ranked number 3066 streamer in the world, Joker Ace, okay? You don't think we can manage that? It sounds so sad. No? Okay. You have all the Ira Village things? 3065. Also, well, technically 3064 with Doc gone too. I know you said you were in it at one point, Incognito Man, checking out ripping some of the assets. But I have no idea what it's like to do this, but if you have the ability to just take a look at the script just to see how big it is, I think it would help a lot with how realistic an undertaking this would be, because Monster Hunter games are always like deceptively dense with text. If you didn't manage it, you don't think Capcom's cease and desist? It wouldn't be sold for money. It wouldn't be for profit at all. You just make it and you just release it. That's all. They've essentially said, now they've not said go hog wild, but when I've asked them, they seem to indicate they have no interest in going back to the older titles at all, which means they're not looking to spend any money on it. Up to and including shutting down fan projects. So, you know, I make no secret anymore that, you know, I'm interested in the game preservation. If they want to make their official English translation of Pokey Pokey Iru Village and they want us to shut it down, I'd be very happy with that. They have to rely on emulators now? There's no reason it wouldn't work on a PSP or a Vita. Or hell, an Xbox at this point. This sucks. Let's just do this. This is just miserable. Go in the hole! I didn't even know there's a feline puzzle game, Incognito Man. Who developed that? Is that another From Software thing? You could slap Sunbreak onto the challenge too? I mean, Sunbreak, naturally, we're going to get all the monsters anyways. My plan is for this to finish in April. Yes! Okay. And when it rains, it pours, huh? Oh, Mushroom Answer. That's pretty rare. Now we're going to make our Fortify set. We're actually going to do Fortify. Check it out. I would Patreon incognito, man. For sure. I'm not gonna spam it. Unlucky. Can I make you mod? No. Nope. I like Guardian just because I like seeing it go off, but I don't actually think it's a good skill. It's geology. It's geology. All right, so that's 3 geology. That's nice. I guess we still need fortify. I guess that fortify attack deco is fine. It's not gonna be better than anything else. How we doing? I'm doing all right. Can I make you VIP? I don't know if I don't really know the criteria for VIP. It's an interesting thought experiment, though. I definitely want critical boost over enhancer. What VIP gain? You just get a spam, and you get a little icon next to your name. That's it. It's the only thing it does. It doesn't do anything, really. We have any guard, do we? We've got one. Would you have Deco RNG or Talisman RNG for the next monster? How about neither? Oh, I would want both. Personally, I know that's an unpopular opinion, but I would take both. Well, all these really suck. Maybe I can fit enhancer. That's fine. I mean, it does nothing for us, but it's fine. How about no skill RNG, but bring back relics? Relics would be neat, too. I'd take relics. Procedurally generated nightmare monsters when? We're working on it. I think this month Albino Donkey is going to be having some time to work on creating that nightmare fuel. Isn't relics just KT? Nah, I mean, there was a lot more relics. The stuff from KT was technically like designed, even though most of it was trash. What do we need to finish this other camp? More RNG is good. I mean, only at like the very end game, just to give people something to do. Prosperous crystal. That's like an forest area crystal, right? Guess we got to do some mining. What type of file is best for Charge Blade and Iceborne? Elemental file is going to give you the most damage. Impact file is going to be the safest and most well-rounded. Bring people to stream Freedom Unite more? Interesting. Freedom Unite was a lot of fun. I've got nothing bad to say about Freedom Unite as a game. I don't know when I'm going to roll back to streaming it again. Presumably after this challenge. I don't know if it'll be before Sunbreak comes out or not. But I like that game. I think I think it still holds up. Anything bad to say about Dose? What do you say about Dose? I'm glad it exists. It did a lot of things really important to the series and introduced some of the best monsters in the series. So as a pivotal historical part of Monster Hunter as a franchise, Dose is a good thing. It'll be worth it. I'll be happy. I'll be one of the first people to stream it for sure. Sunbreak will probably be between June and August, I guess. Hard to say. I don't think there's really like any way to know. Like how Dose almost sent me into Meltdown. I just wanted Macalite ore. And I was like, nope. No Macalite ore for you, streamer. How does it feel to kill a man on Twitter? Feeling like a god today. You can't prove that I'm the reason their Twitter deleted itself or got deleted. You can't prove that. Unless they say that, then I'm innocent. Man versus stream, you'll know what I'm doing. I know man versus stream. Probably one of the reasons. You don't know that. I need to eat. So we need to level up the ore here, but we can do that just by mining, right? Isn't that how that works? Yeah. Sad to see Ando quit on the project. I mean, you know, it's all volunteer work, and I'm sure, as you know, you put a lot of work and time and effort and thought into these projects, and most people, when they come, most users are just absolute gremlins. Guy on Twitter will probably use a turbo controller and everything. There's nothing wrong with using a turbo controller, unless you're doing a speed run, in which case just say, I'm using a turbo controller. It's like a lot of creative endeavors. Like, you put a lot of work in, and people are like, that sucks. Why didn't you do this? And you're like, well, maybe, I mean, you don't have to play it if you don't like it. They're like, you suck. You're an idiot. It's awful. Absolute gremlins. It's like the only time we're going to spend in this section. I'm not going to level up this area at all, if I can help it. Yeah, I don't know about the turbo thing. I mean, they said they're going to reopen the investigation when the PC version is out. I don't believe it. Be the best player in the world and people on the internet will still say you suck. May I see Maldi if he's there? Is he still there? He's there. How were the beans? We didn't have any beans yesterday. We will very likely have beans today. They actually open it up. Will I play Dauntless? What? You mean if the Dauntless team apologizes? I don't think I'm going to get an apology ever. What happened on Twitter? Was there drama? Some people stole some code. I mean, I'm not even sure if you could use the exact term stealing. That's a little dramatic. They took code that was from an open repo. And I'm not going to claim to know enough about coding to know what that means, other than it's like, it's an open project that people work on. They took it, did nothing to it, and then released it, saying, "We have freed the server for everyone," while other people are actively working on it, trying to create the best version of it. So at best, they would have fragmented the player base. At worst, you know, they could have gotten the project shut down. I mean, you don't know. It was a private build. Like, I don't... Like, ask Bonecuss will know all the details. And the worst part about it was, like, the attitude behind it, because, you know, none of it would have existed if it weren't for, like, the main person behind it, Fist. Like, he's genuinely, like, the only reason it exists. Like, he had an English guide, and then he had an English patch. And then he coordinated the group efforts to get packet capturing. Like, he did so much work. Like, so much work. And then, you know, one person from their group got banned and started tweaking out, and, like, in the most epic meltdown ever, is trying to make Fist out to be some sort of, like, major bad guy. Because they got themselves banned from the project. And they're handling it in a very, like, rather than handle it in, like, a normal way of being like, hey, I'm sorry, I made a mistake, can I come back? They just doubled down and tweaked out more. And so they released it, and I think they were expecting like enormous fanfare. People like, oh, wow, thank you so much. And, you know, to be fair, I mean, there were some people that, you know, in the very beginning are like, oh, wow, wow, that's so cool. We could play Frontier now. That's great. How do I play it? And, like, I don't blame those people at all. They don't know the backstory. But everyone that knew was like, you guys are assholes. What are you doing? Knock it off. And they did not respond well. They did not respond well. Do you have the geologist skill at level 3 when farming? I hope so. I also have Master Gatherer. I'm just trying to get the Prosperous Crystals so we can unlock the camp, and then we'll do our stuff for real. You know, and like, I don't know that I've ever really interacted with Fist much directly at all. Other than everything I've seen makes him seem like a pretty reasonable guy and fairly talented. So it's just weird. It just comes off super weird. And like, some guy was like in the Twitter thread, like completely tweaking out. And rather than being like, yo, hey, let's keep a level-headed discussion, the people that were releasing the server was like, yeah, you're all idiots and we hate you all. What haven't I hunted so far? I've got a checklist if you want to see it. There are only 2 camps in the Guiding Lands, yeah. You need a crystal to get the last one. We're probably getting pretty close. Where the hell's the list? Whatever. Guy who made the Europe thing got harassed, just wants to be... I mean, I don't blame him. It's not worth... I mean, when you're volunteering your time and your talents, you know, anyone who's involved in creating anything computer-worthy, like, they could be spending their time, like, making money. They could be working on a project that would make them money, and then they could use that money to make themselves happy. Now, obviously, there's a lot of people out there that are passionate and have those skills and want to develop things out of the goodness of their own heart. But, you know, when you start dogging on them, you know, they start saying, like, is it worth it? Like, nobody cares. They're just pissing me off. You know, and that's not to say that, like, these people involved that released this server software could not have tried to be engaged in a really positive way. And we talked about it earlier, but, you know, they could have done a translation. They could have tried to attempt to help with a rebalance. They could have tried to got old hardware, old hunts or something that weren't working. They could have done literally anything. And all they did was take, like, literally, it was such a stolen, ripped off version of the game that, like, an Animal Crossing splash screen that I think Bonecuss made was baked into it when you loaded it up, allegedly. So Like you just can't make it up. Like they're so poor at coding, they couldn't even go in to restore the original title screen. Like that's the level of skill that you're looking at. Or create their own custom loading screen. So, you know, you're trying to act like you're the good guys because, you know, your first out of the gate response is these people are gatekeeping this project. You know, when in reality, like if you genuinely wanted to get involved, there are probably, like, I think it's an open Discord. Like, I think you can join Fist's Discord. You could probably volunteer to help with some things. And if you prove that, like, you're a valuable member, like, I'm sure you'd get access. Like, I bet you there's a lot of dialogue that's still in Japanese. You could help translate that. Even if it's a bad translation, it's better than nothing. Remember when I played Animal Crossing? Like last week for 5 seconds when I had to like save Jen's game. I had Jen on stream once when Animal Crossing first came out and we got a lot of turnips. So yeah, it's weird. The internet's weird. Can you join Fist? I think it's an open disc. I mean, go to fist.moe. Pretty sure. You know, Fist posts updates on the website as well. I was a little disappointed, but he said he's going to bring it back. He had like a really great guide for Frontier on his website, but it's been replaced by the initial splash screen. And there's the Discord server. Oh, I'm already in it. I've been in it for a while. Well, there you go. Can you get a link? Just go to fist.moe. Now we're talking about the Twitter stuff. Wait, Carrot, did you not get involved in the Twitter stuff at all yesterday? Oh, you would have loved it. The highlight was me inadvertently telling Mai's girlfriend to slide into my DMs and it would be our little secret. And I apologize for that. So, I did not know. I did not know that's who I was talking to. Little shocked, little surprised that I haven't been called out over that. I'm actually not farming augments for the weapon. I was just trying to get a prosperous crystal and I just got it. So I guess I can go back. Shep out there trying to get some augments. She private or I know, man. You feel sorry for me? I feel sorry for me too. I know. This whole experience, this whole experiment of me streaming is just people coming in and like distilling Schadenfreude. I get it. Such a perv. You call this a life? I know. You know, Asterix and I actually were on the same page yesterday. It was amazing. When that happens, When you're on the same page, that's unbelievable. Like, it's like the Avengers. You're kidding, man? Oh, okay. I thought you were serious. I was agreeing with you. I would never have expected. I mean, you know, say what you will about Asterisk. He is a programmer, right? He does code things. It makes sense. You would hope, you know. You'd hope that he would have some respect for code and stuff. So yeah, it was wild. I would never expect it. All right. It is time to blow herself up. I mean, it would be... Oh, he's gonna screw everything up. It wouldn't be acceptable, but it would be like a little bit more understandable if they were at least like, hey, this is not our code, but we're releasing it because you think it's the right thing to do. But like they didn't do anything. Like they made zero argument. It's just like, we hate Fist. Fist sucks. He's a big idiot, big dummy, doo-doo head, poopy pants. And we have this code. We're not going to tell you where we got it. And come join the server. Because at least, you know, at least you're being like a little bit more honest. It's always about the clout during Twitter drama? I mean, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I'm a doo-doo man, poopy head, stinky man. Yeah, I know. It's literally my brand. The version they're using rolls back to save every other hunt? No way. No way. Oh my God. Could you imagine playing stock Frontier with literally double the grind? That's insane, dude. That's wild. Woo! So do like, if you were to try and play that version, do you have to like do like a dummy hunt every other quest just to make sure you don't lose progress? Or is it just like randomly it rolls back? Zero security, so like people could very easily see your IP and other stuff, Bone Cuss. I mean, that was my big concern, is like, there has to be a motivation for doing this. You know? Like, a lot of people were like skeptical of it, but like, I don't know. I just don't believe that those people in particular are doing it out of the goodness of their own hearts. Literally anyone could pull your passwords and delete every character on the server? What? That's crazy, man. The MMO? I mean, there's been some work for a while, Roman Meal. To try and like restore Frontier, and there was a lot of work done just before the servers shut down to try and get like some vital server instructions to make it even theoretically possible. And like it actually is getting pretty close from like the real team working on it. The thing is like another group of people that essentially stole some really old code, created some drama on the internet yesterday when they released it to everyone. Who stole from who? I mean, it's I mean, I don't know. I mean, they're the most known person, so like I guess they're the ones that get the most criticism / feedback. But my LBG, who I thought was cool, so I don't know what the hell's going on. I mean, it's a content creator. I mean, they're, you know, I mean, like, whatever. It's none of my business. But, like, I feel like when you have such a bad take that is so negatively reacted at by everyone, like, an apology is kind of acceptable and probably a good thing to do. I mean, obviously, it's way too mature of a thing to do, so it won't happen. But what is wrong with... I mean, they're the ones behind the whole goddamn thing, MHK. Everything that happened, yes. I mean, at least they're the most known content creator that is active behind it. I mean, it's not even that he was streaming without permission. He was streaming a version of the game, Unlucky, that was stolen. Like, he wasn't streaming it on, like, the people that are working on the private server. Not that I know of. What is controversial? There's, like, the main group that did literally all the work to make it happen. And then there's this fringe splinter cell that is taking stolen code from the main group and is trying to run their own Discord or their own private server. Just with lots of bugs and no coding experience and possibly malware. That rules? It's not even that they're using stolen code that makes it so bad. It's that they're being dishonest in the reason for releasing it, and they've got zero programming experience. So they're not even contributing anything. So interesting. I mean, it's literally stolen. I mean, it was taken from a repo that was for another project. I mean, when you go to the, if you download their version, it's got a splash screen that Bonecuss made that shows Animal Crossing. Like, they don't even know enough to coding to get rid of the Animal Crossing splash screen and bring the original Frontier splash screen back. What is he doing? You know, when the project is done by Fist, there's going to be a public release. People will be able to play it. It's just right now, things are kind of broken. They're going to have a vanilla server, and they're going to have a rework server. And vanilla will be nice for a historical preservation. But if you actually want to play the game, the work that they're doing to rebalance things is going to be essential. This is from somebody who played vanilla Frontier. Okay. You don't really want the vanilla experience, in my opinion. So, you think they would make a Monster Hunter World 2? They're absolutely making a next-gen release for Monster Hunter. It will probably be out in 2024. What's wrong with it? Progression's just all over the place, you know? I mean, early years had, like, insane amounts of grind. that just don't make sense when you don't have a monthly fee. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Like, you would, no normal person would look at the amount of grind necessary in some of the base Monster Hunter and be like, oh, this is cool. Likewise, late game, you skip so much content, you know, like low rank and high rank are basically an afterthought. And that's a lot of content that just gets like swept under the rug. So progression is being looked at and analyzed. Yeah, I mean, it just depends. Like for me, like when I think of Frontier, I think of when I played in 2010 or 2011. And I was like, I felt like I was farming like 50 Monoblos hearts. Like, it was unbelievable. And then, yeah, and then you just get like power now. And then with Modern, you just get like power boosted through everything. Have you become a Charge Blade main now? No. No, I just use it for World. Finally gotten Monster Hunter World and hit Iceborne for the first time. Tips for Master Rank. There's a lot of monsters that are designed around really using the Clutch Claw. For example, like Barioth, when you fight him, the fight's a lot easier if you break the claws. So assuming you've got Rocksteady or Temporal Mantle, tenderize the claws first and then wallbang it, and that'll really help break them. Health boost is nice. Ore and bone weapons stay very good in Master Rank. If you tell me what weapon you use, I could tell you if maybe there's a better option. So you've got a lot of really smart, really talented people working on the project. So, like, I've got full faith and confidence. I'm not involved, by the way. Like, I'm not a beta tester. But of the people that I know that are working on it, like, I trust their opinions a lot. It's going to be good. It's just like, you know, my concern is, and Capcom isn't really the sort of company to do that, but like, you don't want to spill the beans on a fan project too early. And then it gets a DMCA and it's taken down and now we can't do anything. You know, imagine if the only project that got released and was accessible to the public is this weird-ass version that rolls back your save every other hunt. And that's the legacy that they give us. I thought that was gonna guard point. Shoot. It's hitting me at weird angles. Back from vacation? Welcome back. Happy New Year, Jason Suteja. I feel like I keep getting hit by stuff. I don't know what I'm getting hit by. How fun is Frontier play-wise? So when I was playing it on retail back in a million years ago, it was neat to see new monsters, but you needed so many monster parts to make anything. You ended up going into groups doing degenerate strats, and you barely fought anything. When I played at the end of retail, it was a lot better because the game was at least balanced for you to get all the way up to the Zenith fights and have Zenith skills. And that was really cool and interesting to see, but you did really skip over a lot of the game. So I mean, for me, like, the perfect experience is an experience where you can solo things. Maybe it feels balanced best around 2 people. Talking about the context for your tweet earlier today. I mean, not at this exact moment. We were talking about it. There's a lot of really cool stuff going on in Frontier. And with people that are like really passionate about like balancing and designing it and making it a really good player experience, I think it'll be really good for everybody else to play as well. Like I don't mean any disrespect, obviously, to the Capcom team that made Frontier. It's just the reality is they were making an MMO, and so they had to balance the game around it being an MMO and to keep people paying their subs. You know what I mean? It's like Iceborne and rushing to get Raging Bracky gear. Kinda. Canceling as usual. Thank you, Whiny Wine.
Whiny Wine.
Actually, I need to exercise today, dude. I need to lift.
Looking very handsome today as usual, Shep.
We'll have time.
For playing games on the internet for us.
Thank you, Whiny Wine. Hopefully you had a wonderful new year. Is Monster World not an MMO already? Oh no. No, it's very different. So yeah, there's a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do to make Frontier the ideal Monster Hunter experience. And Fogg's right. Basically, you know, the game would just automatically hand you over armor sets and stuff. Is my hair real? Unfortunately, it is. What little I have left. Does it not look real? As long as you have to pay a monthly sub, you're fine. I think Frontier would have been better served to be like a Guild Wars model. Is my facial hair real? No, I glue it on every day. Oh, I don't even know if there'll be a style rank grind. Were you balding before or after I kissed the gold? Go and type Shed 13. Tell me what you think. Korean boy band hair? I could do that. I'll use my 3066 money. Rather than translating Pokey Pokey Iru Village, I will get hair transplant surgery. PvP hunters, yay or nay? The game's just not really designed for player versus player combat. There was a thing in Frontier that was like arena races. I don't know if that was saved at all. It would be wonderful if it was. And I think that's a cool version of PvP. Balding is an ancient goat curse. Literally had the same hairline for years. Now, was I born bald? I was born bald. Most people were born bald. That PvP works excellent. So like that's the way you kind of want to do it. It should be about like doing arena races against other players. Because like how are you going to balance how are you going to balance like spread heavy bowgun in PvP? You can't do it. Remember when I was saying about getting butt hair transplant as my facial hair? I said that was going to be for my head hair. I was going to have everybody in chat send me one ass hair. I was going to get them transplanted individually. Oh, I mean, I got faith, Bone Cuss. It's not bad to MR gain. It's not amazing, but I guess it's not bad. Do another one. How many packages would I receive? I think most people would send me an ass hair if I really asked them. I'd get a couple. Yeah, I mean, the hope Wet Dogs Are Great, I think, is this year for a release for the Frontier server. There will almost definitely be some like more public stress tests and stuff before an official release, but
Ginkamo just resubscribed.
Oh, Ginkamo.
31 months.
Hello.
31 months Shadow.
Thank you. How is the new puppy? Can you graft from other people's hair? Probably not. It would probably reject. Doing a very poor job at spitting him. You know how you're bald and you hope your hair comes back? Now that you shave your head, your hair just stopped growing? It's gone entirely? That's sad. We had Monster Hunter MMO drama on Twitter yesterday, Ginkomo. That's like a rare sentence. That sentence has never been spoken before and will probably never be spoken again. How good are the Frontier fights themselves? They are extremely technical. You will need to be good at Monster Hunter. He's a food goblin. I too identify as a food goblin. I did not do that. Fill you in? I don't know where to start. How do I start? I think you were around for some of the Frontier streams, so you're probably at least a little aware of it. But that Frontier, Monster Hunter had an MMO called Monster Hunter Frontier. It got shut down by Capcom in like 2019, I think. How's the stream going? Oh, it's great today. Stop it! So, there's a main group that is working on it and did all the work. Another group that stole their work and tried to pass it off on their own. And in the middle of me calling them out, I was arguing with a person. And they're like, who are you? And then I sent them like my details. And I said, you can message me in the DMs if you want any tips. And I didn't know. They were somebody else's, they were like the other guy's girlfriend. I told some guy's girlfriend to slip into my DMs. I told Jen, she's aware, she thought it was funny. So like, I'm off the hook. Okay? I can't get into trouble because she laughed. The weird thing is the guy hasn't yelled at me. Like, I would be like, yo, man, that's my girl. Step off. Or something. I would say something. He hasn't even said anything. I didn't know who it was. It wasn't like I was telling some random woman, especially someone else's girlfriend, to slip into my DMs. And that is going to be our little secret. It's so bad. When you look at it, it's so bad. You think most people wouldn't care? I would say something. I mean, maybe it's just me. I would say something. Why would he say something? It's not like you could have known. It doesn't matter. Whether I know or not, you're like, hey, man, that's my girlfriend. So show some respect. Did I say it'll be our... Where? Here. I'll just pull it up. I'll pull it. You guys tell me how much of an asshole I am. You guys like how I used my own command to pull up my own Twitter? Oh my god. And then they deleted... I think they deleted their Twitter too. Oh, it's so bad. Or at least it's on private. There it is. They asked, who are you? And I posted our two stream. I posted our channel side by side like I'm a streamer too. I like Monster Hunter and stream it sometimes. Come check out the stream or slide in my DMs if you want some tips. It'll be our little secret. Mega Chad. I'm not trying to be a Mega Chad. I thought it was a dude. Isn't that his girlfriend? Yes, it is. It is. It is a other Monster Hunter streamer's girlfriend. That is exactly who that is. I mean, it is kind of funny. You get, I mean, you know. You thought it was somebody's boyfriend initially? It wasn't, it's not meant to be sexual. Why would you say to someone you thought was a dude? Why wouldn't I? Ain't nothing wrong with that. Either way, I didn't even really consider it. I didn't even really think about it. I just typed what I thought was right. You have a wife? I told my wife, and she laughed, okay? I did not get in trouble. You found the whole interaction weird? Well, streamers are not normal people. Was that right in any universe? Anyone, if you ever have any questions about streaming, OBS, content, I'm literally open anytime. I am a normal family guy. I am. It's so bad. That Rossi? Dude, that Rossi guy? They don't even know who that is. That's just some random dude. He's not even affiliated with the project. And at one time, Luna was like, who are you? And he's like, oh, I'm just trying to defend you on the internet. That's really weird, man. That's really strange. I'm gonna make a channel for you and stream on it. You'll split the profits. Nice. So I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on. That part was just creepy. Am I still in the maelstrom? I mean, people want to talk about it. Why would a normal person quit the job and become a full-time streamer? It's one of the most sought-after occupations in the country, even though it is incredibly rare. Does Mai know about this? I mean, it's on Twitter. It's not secret. It's very public. I promise you they've read every reply in the entire thread. If Mai asked, I would apologize. I would apologize. But yeah, I mean, that's the weird part. He hasn't even said anything. Like, yo, that's my girlfriend. That's what makes it weird. Well, nobody's on his Discord, so nobody cares. Why not apologize now? You shouldn't hit on other people's girlfriends. I'm not making it weird. I don't know that I've seen Mai talk at all. Try apologizing now before it potentially gets worse. I've already said everything that I need to say. What if they're in an open... We were talking about that earlier. I originally called it a polyglot, but apparently that's just people that speak multiple languages. A throuple? This is a long Kong from by to see hole. The only way you could ever repair the rift in this relationship is if you show me butthole. It is only fair, streamer. Am I gloating over destroying people on Twitter? I did not destroy people on Twitter. I mean, technically, one person privated their Twitter, which could be interpreted as being destroyed. But I'm not gloating. If anything, I'm saying I'm an asshole too. Birdhouse Theory, thank you.
Theory just resubscribed for 15 months.
I'm your asshole. I want to be better. I'm not going to take credit for them deleting their Twitter. That couldn't have been me on my own. There was a lot of people saying a lot of things. And it's never my intention. I mean, I've said it before though, like, if you're going to make content, even tweeting on Twitter, like, you're going to get like blowback from like weird, random, insane people. And you just got to like come to terms with that. Sometimes you are the weird, random, insane person. You got to deal with that too. Oh, please. Hey, losers. Losers in chat. One Twitter deleted, one privated? Oh my God. It is definitely a drama Monday. I didn't know that. Nerd beef is funny. Used to people wanting to pull guns. The internet is so much safer, isn't it? My Twitter is usually used to shill, so I guess occasionally when I come on and I get into it like that, it's... Some people, I'm sure they enjoy it. I'm sure they look at it and they're like, yes. Well, I mean, it can't be comfortable, Fog, seeing people you know and are maybe friends with, like, burning, you know, every bridge possible on the internet. How's the girlfriend drama and stolen code drama linked? I'm not sure even exactly how it went down, other than Mai is a content creator that has streamed the stolen code of Frontier. Another person released it, and then I guess Mai's girlfriend was very active in the Twitter thread, defending the project as well. I don't know all the details from all the players. I think one person maybe got banned from the official server, and that's like why they're so angry in the first place. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, I don't think it's pretty easy to get banned from that Discord. You gotta be a particular type of asshole. I mean, it's just Monster Hunter. I mean, it's not hard. Just play the game. Just play the goddamn game, streamer. How are there still people out there that believe in the turbo guy? It's probably less that they believe that they didn't use turbo, and more that they are their friend and they want to support them. Frontier's private servers now. You were like 4 hours late. What else should I upgrade? Rotten Vale, maybe? I don't really know. And what times? Oh, God damn it. Get him in here? I would Twitch debate them if you think they could actually would join me. That turbo video keeps showing up in your recommended? It's got to be the algorithm that's probably chosen it. What time zone? Directly under my nuts. Right under my nuts is where the time zone is. I mean, I was on a podcast, Jason, a couple months ago, and I just said, look, all I did was the scientific method. And, you know, if you understand anything about the scientific method, you create an experiment, you test it, you record your results, and anybody should be able to go in and replicate those results, which they can. Now, the nice part is with Rise coming out on PC, it's a lot easier now for people to lock it at 30 FPS, throw on their turbo, and do the exact same experiment. If you get 81 frames, I mean, there's no question about 81 frames. Well, maybe we have to see if it's different on PC. But, you know, the proof is can the speedrunner in question demonstrate with a hand camera through an entire speedrun, of which they've done dozens, if not hundreds, and have similar shot timings with a hand cam. Which they said they would do, and that they would beat their time. And then we got like 20 seconds of one input of 81 frames in the training hall. I mean, all right, here's the thing. Here's the reality. The person involved in question has a hard time with pressure, I guess. They did not take it well. And I think that part is genuinely real. Like, I really do think, like, genuinely, like, they had a rough time with it. So, like, I don't want to be out there making that person's life any worse. Like, I don't need the views. You know, I'm fine. Like, I'm not out to blow someone up. The really disappointing thing isn't them. Honestly, like, really inconsequential. It's really, if there's anything that's upsetting is the reaction to the speedrun moderators. I mean, Jalbagel's really the biggest disappointment out of all of this, because they had literally all the information in front of them and they made the worst choice possible. And the best thing that we've seen is a half-assed retraction in my Discord that they said, we will look at it again when PC comes out. Okay. Cool. What are you gonna do? It is what it is. So, you know, it makes the leaderboards look like a complete clown show. You know, like really, like I'm embarrassed. Like, it's embarrassing to me that we have such a bad leaderboard. Jalbagel's cool. Then why? Why did they fold under pressure so easily? You know, they took Fumetto. Oh, screw it. I just said it. He's got like 8 hours of streams of him clearly using turbo on spread. Like, he's falling asleep on stream and getting the shortest possible shot timings in between his like 12 clip spread gun. And he took him as the guy that gave him evidence. Don't worry. We got experts on the case. All right. Good job. You know, it's like there's been a serial killer and you're like, we need a lawyer. I know, get John Wayne Gacy. He'll be your expert testimonial on how people are definitely not murdered. So that's all. There's been tool assistance all over the world, Iceborne PCT run since 2019. Yeah, there's no secret about that. They talked about it. They released it. I mean, again, in normal fashion, you know, they said, we're cheating and you can't do anything about it. It's not real cheating. Like, it was held very childishly, but as long as it's disclosed, it's disclosed. It's speedrunning for Monster Hunter game. You don't think anyone really cares? I mean, it matters that it doesn't, right? You know, it's not like it's Super Mario 64 or something like that. But cheating is cheating. I mean, especially if it's like, you know, if you're using tools, you're not disclosing it. It's usually... Somebody was mentioning this the other day. I don't know if it was the Discord or what, but they were saying it's like the best of the best don't really care because they're already the best. It's all like the people that are almost good but not quite good that start getting like really involved with cheating. You know, if you were good enough on your own, you wouldn't need to do it. It's when you start falling behind or not quite hitting the records that you think you should be hitting. The sneaky stuff is fun to find out about, though? Oh, sure, yeah. No, I'm sure it gets very creative. Oh, shoot. Man, she went right for me. Thrustmaster does not have a turbo function. I'm sorry. It has back buttons, programmable back buttons. What is turbo? I don't know what you mean. Is turbo like such a boomer reference that people don't know what it is? It's a function on controllers that lets you push a button very quickly and automatically, allowing for generally faster than human inputs would normally allow. Chaos, I'm sure if you ask Carrot, he'd be very happy to give you a thrust turbo. You doing a whole new PC playthrough of Rise? Yep. It's not really like a macro. It's a little bit in this sense, but it's you literally you hold the button down and then like it just goes burr. But yeah, I mean, there's a reason why, for the most part, when I was doing the majority of my world speedruns, I did them on console, because it's just like, you don't even want to be in the same category as PC people. When it's that easy to cheat, people are just going to cheat. And then oddly enough, for the Switch, we got people cheating anyways. Oh, oops. There's a little cover there. I mean, there's no way... if you want to hide an overlay, you could just hide it. You know, there's nothing stopping you. Do I have Rise on the PC at the moment? I've got a demo. I think the release is next week, the 12th. You're an overlay enjoyer? I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, as long as you're not doing, like, speedruns. Is it the 13th for some people? My statement is that for people that rely on stuff like that, you become overly reliant on your tools, and it becomes apparent that you're like hunting in like a little bit of a robotic fashion. You like the monster health mod? Yeah, I mean, if you like it, if you're more comfortable with that, I mean, that's fine. It makes the game feel a little bit more like a Souls-like. I mean, I liked the overlay mod because when I was doing some tests of weapon classes against Safi Jiva, it was interesting to see how the weapons all performed against each other. And it's surprisingly balanced. You know, you would think like Lance would fall way behind Light Bowgun, but it just wasn't the case. For the first couple areas, yeah, it's definitely way better, but for the most part, it's not really that bad. Use a DPS mod to check for cheating. You have to use a cheat to catch the cheaters? That's so funny. Just allow the turbo. That's what I said. Just allow it. Just say it's allowed. So everybody can be on the same playing field. I mean, you know, last I checked, the best speedrun times didn't even use turbo anyways. That's the craziest part. We don't have anything in the Rotten region, huh? Yeah, most weapons, I wasn't big brain enough to try and think what weapons would really benefit from turbo. There's definitely a use case out there for some weapon. I'm sure there is. Like, maybe there's some interaction with like a zero-sum discharge or something. Grinding up for wraths. I mean, there's a lot of things we need to get. More SAADs. I don't think it would speed up the SAAD at all, but I could definitely see it getting you the best possible timing on like elemental discharge or zero-sum discharge. Like I could see that. Possibly for hammer big banging, you know, I mean, it's hard to say. You know, if you don't test it, it's just a theory, right? So it leads back to Operation Cherry Blossom. Follow the clues. Is this about Monster Hunter Portable 3rd? Always has been. Yeah, I mean, you know, Gunlance, any sort of ledge thing, I could see it being, like, possibly beneficial. Maybe we'll get Portable 3rd? The dream is Poki Poki Iru Village G-Rank Edition. I think Coral Pookie also likes Mushrooms of the Fiend? I think so. We actually did not go that far forward there. Bitter Donuts, you don't really want to TOS yourself on Twitch. What I mean, I guess you do you. Still in the drama? No, we're just talking about Monster Hunter Portable 3rd. You were 12? Still a crime, young man. Was almost 10 years ago? For me, it was 15 years ago. I know exactly what it was like. Seems like only yesterday I was 12 years old. Can a child commit tax fraud? Oh, I'm sure the IRS would have no problem getting a child with tax fraud. Are you kidding me? You ended up with a bricked PSP? Oh, that's sad. That's really unfortunate. I'm Turbo Copy. I'm just like the namesake of the company I'm under. I like It's not Turbo Copium. It's Turbopium? I don't really have a pronunciation guide, but I'll get one. They're a nice company. Stop blasting me. Okay, hold on. Terapium. Oh my god. I blame Carrot. I blame Carrot. I'm not autocorrecting to Turbocopium. No, I've not been mispronouncing it since day one. They changed it. Started playing darts. I heard you're good at them. I don't want them to kick me out of the talent group, guys. Sounds like you're talented, Dwarven Man. Now's a weird time, but maybe looking to see if there's like any like darts competitions near you. You might do good. The very like an amateur dart competition. Finish Dark Souls 3? We're finishing Dark Souls 3. We're at least playing it today. I wanted to get the 3-pronged fork. What boss am I up to? Oh, what's the last one I killed? I know we killed the Watchers. Play Escape from Tarkov. No. I think it's a good game, but I'm not going to play it. I know we killed the Cathedral Boys. We killed the big demon guy, the smoldering lake. I think that's it. Okay, that's it. You bought Dark Souls 3 because of me? I bought Dark Souls 3 at least 3 times. I bought it when it came out in Japan. I bought it when the US released on console, and then I bought it on PC. Playing Rimworld. It looks like it might be a game I would play off stream, but I don't know if I'd want to stream it. You have 4,000 hours on Escape from Tarkov? I understand it's a very fun game. It's got a very satisfying gameplay loop. My only issue is, like, I've got these fists I'm using, and, like, the range is so micro. Trying to fight these dogs. Any special settings you should use for PPSP for Portable Third and Freedom Unite? If you check the Discord, I posted some settings that helped reduce, like, little micro stutters. Go to the Boomer section, check the pin notes. There's a couple things that help with the timing that make it so it's less stuttery. And then also, if you're playing Freedom Unite, check out Incognito Man's build. But his next Dark Souls 3 in 4.5 hours. We're streaming it tonight.
It's coming in 4 hours. What is possibly
I'd like to finish it
debatable
before
about
Rise
that?
comes out.
4 hours.
Venom got the Freedom Unite Complete Patch 2. Thanks. You are welcome. You will have a better time. You'll have a good experience. Yeah. No, Incognito's Man patch is like Chef's Kiss. What is that? It's so good. We're not going to kill Nightstream. I do need to lift weights. But I don't think that's going to take too long. Chef's Kiss. I give the Chef's Kiss to Incognito Man. Rise is Wednesday next week? Do 10 reps every time a Black Knight in Dark Souls 3 kills you. Dude, it doesn't count if I'm doing parry training. You want Rise today? I mean, you have it on the Switch. Yeah, no, very lucky. There's a lot of talented coders in the Monster Hunter community that we're very lucky to have. Even in our own little community. Rip Incognito Man. He's not dying from me. Oh, I can meld these, huh? Yeah, no, having higher frame rate's going to be really nice. Yeah, no, Bone Cuss, like Hex. Funny you say Hex, because Hex is great too. Evnant, the new area in Sunbreak is called El Gato, and it will presumably be a new village and hub for the expansion. There was a micro trailer at the Game Awards. Elgato. Please. 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 I'm adding some fuel. That sucks. Why do we have such micro amounts of fuel? Will twins go with you? It'll probably be new people. Let it play out. It's been a million years since I've seen this. The theme's definitely going to be more like medieval era. That's a lot of tickets. It always, whenever the handler shows up on screen, you always get a lot of reactions from Twitch chat. Will you be mad at you if you cheat meme charge for meme builds? I really don't care. I mean, as long as you're not posting speedruns, do whatever you want. Do what feels good. Do what feels right. You want, like, Bubbly Dance 3? Whatever. Oh, nice. Another critical boost. Hello? That's insane. RNG. Oh, yes! Feeling pretty good with this right now. Oh, and another iron wall. Wow. And another iron wall. Wow. On an artillery?
Oh, yeah.
Another iron wall.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
How did I get 3 handicraft? Huh. Oh, there's an agitator. I could use that. Normal shot is nice. Wow. Wow. Now that's force shot. That's crazy. I'm not cheating, guys. I have not modified the decos at all. Oh, and expert is nice. I'm not cheating. I have a cutscene skip mod, a blood mod, and visibility mods. It doesn't matter. Nobody's going to believe me anyways. Hellfire is actually a really cool skill, fire cannon. Wow. No, I got my geology decos. Show controller. I like my controller. It's my Thrustmaster. I think we're just going to drop KO. I feel like it doesn't really matter. Yeah, those melding tickets are pretty nice. Do they draw from a different pool or something? That's wild. I hate putting things like level 2 into level 4 slots, but like, I don't think I have anything that great. Do I get a cut if you use my Thrustmaster link? No, but click it anyways if you're going to buy one. It just knows that people are clicking the link and that they will probably sponsor me again in the future. And I really like working with Thrustmaster guys. Those guys are great. Like literally the best people. So. Well, I really need one more expert. Gunners use level 3 slots and level 4 all the time, yeah. No, stop. That's not what I said. I might drop 1 vitality for the final expert because I feel like the difference will be worth it. They pay me well? They were very good. They were very good, and the best part is like they just want me to do my normal content. And I like that. I like that a lot. And I like their controller. I mean, it doesn't hurt that I use the controller all the time anyways. This will never leave me and haunt me for the rest of my days. A new meme has been born. Everybody welcome the newest meme in chat. Can be our little secret. God, it's so bad. It's so embarrassing. It's so bad. I didn't know, okay? I didn't know. Go Fatalis. Fatalis would help as soon as I got better decos. I mean, Soccer Mom of Doom, the runner in question, deleted almost all of their content nearly immediately when things came out. Which doesn't necessarily mean you're guilty, but it doesn't look great. You know, I don't know what there is to say. Private, allegedly privated? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I can't see them. I mean, what's the difference? That doesn't necessarily mean you got something to hide. I mean, their statement is they just don't like the negative attention. Which, I mean, you know, it's hard. You know, you put content out there on the internet, people criticize you for it. Not everybody is going to be built to handle it equally. Is my session open? Nope. Matsu, hello. Like, I've got some sympathy for that. You know, not everybody necessarily goes into making content in the best headspace to be able to handle and people being like, hey, something suspect about your run or whatever. You know, I'm not going to call foul on that. I mean, could it have been overplayed and stuff like that? Yeah, oh, yeah, certainly. But, you know, I don't know. I'm not them. Like I said, like, I don't really have like much of an issue with a runner at all. I mean, other than, you know, they were a moderator and they, you know, as far as I can tell, nobody's really been able to prove otherwise to me, you know, used turbo on a speed run. You know, it's the moderation team that came up with the rewards. I mean, really, I think it's like they felt like their integrity was being questioned. And so rather than being like, oh, we screwed up, you know, we had a run come through that shouldn't have, they wanted to like more or less cover it up and be like, well, actually they weren't guilty. Rather than, you know, take responsibility of the fact that, you know, the run was up with turbo and it wasn't caught and nobody did anything about it. But, you know, I can kind of get on there a little bit, a lot less. I kind of get why they do that. I mean, all it does is make it look even worse, but. What are you going to do? So I choose Frostfang. I don't know why I would do this. He kicked my ass last time. I guess we've got real armor now. And Fortify. This weapon's so powerful. I mean, my whole reasoning was if there's cheating from the moderation team, you can't necessarily assume that a fair investigation is going to be done. And I guess I was right. I guess technically. Count Tempered Furious Monkey Rajang is its own monster. Does he get any new moves? He admitted it? They released a not confession. That said, if you think I cheated, I cheated. So, don't really know what else to say. They maybe regretted that statement and then try to issue a retraction later. That's a lot of damage. And then in the same line, they said, if you don't think I cheated, I didn't cheat. That's an interesting thing to say. Wow. I hate this. Oh, it hits so hard. Well, thankfully, we have Fortify, right? Yeah, okay, that's good. Imagine that argument in the court of law. I mean, you would just instantly, they'd be like, okay, well, I guess you're guilty then. Do you have any tips for Frostfang? Don't step into his, don't step into his ice. I mean, there's definitely some similarities to normal Barioth where you do want to try and break his arms. Like, tenderizing and then wall banging is really good because tenderized parts take part break damage during a wall bang. You know, there are boas out here. You can enrage him, bring him out here, and they'll tweak out and attack him. Yeah, it's really a big deal for Kolv Taroth, Evnant, if you're trying to get through the first phase efficiently. You're a hammer main? I mean, being a hammer main in this game, I feel like that one of the best things to do is just get near a ledge. When he's not enraged, he dives once. When he is enraged, he dives twice. Oh no. Do I die here? At least I'm not dead. Certainly there's a lot of work with Frostfang with learning his patterns and when he's going to vomit and when he doesn't. There's kind of a neat speedrunning trick with him where if you wait for the ice to start to melt, you can stand in it and then it goes away and then he does his pounce attack. And you can kind of abuse that. I don't really know what that headbutt attack is. That wasn't an actual attack? Heard Barioth was bad in try. Not really. Although, I don't know, maybe high-ranked Barioth was harder. He's kind of slow in try. So this is just the double fortify now. This is when we really go into overdrive. Stood in the ice. I didn't even stand in the ice. He vomited like on my lap. It's not the same. On one hand, people complain that they got rid of hot drinks and cool drinks in Rise. On the other hand, literally hot drinks are strewn around these areas. Whatever, good enough. Ice Mantle's good against him? I don't think I've ever used Ice Mantle against him, but I would agree that it probably is pretty good. When they got rid of combo books, they probably could have gotten rid of drinks at the exact same time. I don't understand that headbutt attack. Ice Mantle would not stop you from getting stuck in ice. I don't think there's anything that stops you from getting stuck in the ice. I think you're always just stuck in it. Temporal does? Does it just like twinkle? Or do whatever it needs to do? It makes you get free from the ice, actually? Really? That's a big deal. Oh, what a shame. Hate that attack. All right, I guess we'll try and get him off the list. Yo! Oh, I thought that was Fulgur. I'm like, what is wrong with that Fulgur Anjanov? That Fulgur looks crazy. Like, he's got Ultra Instinct or something. I don't know. Does he have 2 face breaks? No, I had no idea what was there. Honestly. That was very confusing to me. I did not think it was Evan Yodo. That's all I know. It's a lot of damage. That was almost like 600 damage from like an AED. Are any of the bonus HR and MR quests like actually really good at giving bonus HR and MR? It doesn't feel like they are. Maybe the multi-monster ones? I mean, I know there's like double Banbro. And like, I like Banbro, but he needs to be like tempered before him to be fun. Would I be against shiny like monsters in Monster Hunter? Like randomly you'd get like a rare version of the monster? No, that'd be cool. I think people would get mad if they had to like farm a monster like 20 times to get a shiny one to show up though. Like people would tweak out about that. If it was just for like a different colored armor, I think that would be great. That'd be a good way to handle that. Like a unique design. I just think like the developers would probably like not want to invest a lot of time into making an armor that most people wouldn't be able to get. It'd be the sort of thing that would be fun for a few people and then incredibly enraging for most people. This looks kind of fun. Do this one. Yeah, I mean, I've been thinking a lot about Monster Hunter Rise, and like, there's a lot of things I like about it, but I really do think maybe the most damning criticism I have is the sheer amount of cool layered stuff that's paid DLC versus the in-game rewards. It's not good. I don't like it. I don't know who improve that in the development. It's like almost the opposite of how things were done in Monster Hunter World. So a way to get Defender tickets from Rise without getting a Rampage? Some quests will reward them. Like, you can fight the Apex monsters on their own and you'll get some tickets. I think the emergency quests give, like, the level 9 tickets, which is, like, the highest level. Like, I'm not even opposed to there being layered armor available for sale. Like, I get it. They're a company. They want to make money. But when, like, the entire game feels like it's come and gone and, like, our only layered options are, like, glasses and, like, Akuma, just stands out. Hard to say whether or not there'll be like a course correction or anything like that in Sunbreak. It's just like players need a thing, you know? Like, I hate to say it, but like you can't just put a hard quest out. You need a good layered or a weapon. Maybe if it was like the dankest emo ever imagined, people would do it for that. It doesn't have to be like the most amazing reward ever. But it needs a reward. Anything. Just not titles. A gimmick weapon. I'm not even necessarily asking for like new equipment. Obviously, I would take it. Yeah, joke weapons. Fortnite dance. I mean, Street Fighter is in Fortnite. Oh, wow. That was a Savage Axe guard point. Rare. It's a fun quest. Coco, I like how your words of "you're a Charge Blade master" flash across my screen as I somehow whiff an SAED in between two massive monsters. Comedic timing's really impeccable. Like missing fish in a barrel? I was able to do it. Well, look, you whiff 100% of the SAEDs you don't take. Yes. fun little quest. Oh, it's a shame we lost our Radabon materials. Oh. You miss 100% of the SAEDs you do take? That's really funny. I kind of want to check my Twitter notifications. I haven't really checked them at all today. Do I do it? I'm not used to Twitter. I do not use Twitter. It doesn't seem like anything major. Shup went through and liked all of my tweets. That was nice of him. Why do I want to check? It's got to be like some sort of like human, like a little brain thing that goes off. Now, I had to leave Twitter hardcore because of politics at one point. Good content. I'm glad you. I didn't do it for anyone to necessarily like it, but I am glad you enjoyed it. That's actually pretty good MR. No. It's only from yesterday. No, psychotic. Things calm down. 5 years later, his girlfriend settle down. Get married, have a baby. Always just seems like a little bit too mauled. Thoughts always in the back of his head. I probably got to talk to somebody, right? Oh, yeah. Oh, well. That looks like a really lame quest. Rathian and Nightshade? Really? That's not like exciting at all. Oh, was it your birthday yesterday, Amatsu? Happy birthday. I don't know how I missed that. How do I make energy drinks? Do I have any nitro shrooms? Oh, I probably don't have any nitro shrooms. I think I saw you post you had tasty food. What did you get for your birthday? I just had leftovers yesterday. I mean, they were good leftovers, but they were still just leftovers. Huh. I guess the only way to get energy drinks is to farm them. Well, I think we'll be fine. We're going to be fine. Although maybe I'll bring flash bombs. You need anything special? Oh. That's okay. I usually just want to have a pie. I like pies. Like a pumpkin pie? It's a wonderful birthday treat. To be honest with you, honestly, I'm not even that big into desserts. Like a special like Chinese meal or like pizza. You skip this quest on your PC playthrough? Dude, Nightshade sucks, but like, you don't skip the quest. That's like so disrespectful. Yeah, I mean, after New Year's, like, who didn't have some leftovers? Well, I mean, Rathian is a genuinely enjoyable quest. I mean, there's nothing good about Nightshade. Like, I don't want to be like, I'm not necessarily like a Nightshade apologist. Nightshade is 100% pure butt cheeks. Like, there's nothing good about it, but it's still a quest in the game. You think Nightshade should have a one-hit KO on a sleeping opponent? Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. What if he just ate you? What if he consumed you and like you were bouncing around inside his body and your teammates had to knock you out of the monster? That's just Vor? It's not Vor. I mean, it might technically be Vor, but I mean, I just think from like an attack perspective, it could be interesting. I'm not talking about like a weird sex thing. You sick freak. I'm not going on and on about like Nightshade inflation fetish manga. What? I said I'm not. I'm going to make it a thing. I don't want it to... We already went through this whole egg thing. We don't need anything else. It's time for monster hunters in the West to start relaxing. That was a good S80. Is that really all you got? The Twitch roleplay accounts? That's only ever really been an issue on YouTube. Why is Orange Man always trending? I don't know. He produces entertainment for people? I mean, Orange Man definitely understood Twitter. You may not like him. But, no, his Twitter had content. Does this quest unlock your MR cap? I think it takes it up to 99. Does Twitter did have Goya? Where does she... She does sleep up here, right? Oh, yeah. Oh. We are having beans tonight. We are having beans tonight, and you guys cannot stop me. Oh. Why would we want to stop you? Some of you. Wait, crunchy beans? Your beans should never be crunchy. No, I haven't seen the Reddit post. I got rid of Reddit. I still end up on it sometimes through Google searching, but I do not have a Reddit app installed. And I've literally never been happier. I recommend it. Just get rid of Reddit. It's not good social media. Aren't peanuts crunchy? Yeah, and I guess you could probably eat raw peanuts, can't you? You know, they could actually end up, you can kind of kill yourself eating like certain types of undercooked beans. They're lucky they just got diarrhea. You have politics blacklisted? That's a good start. That's a good start. I just find like the echo chamber is so bad. Like the content just like, it's always the same content. Like all those memes about audiences always wanting the same thing over and over again. Like that's like Reddit. They upvote the same thing that they always want. I don't know where Nightshade is. I'm assuming Nightshade is going to be up here. We wanted eggs. People just had some anatomical questions that they wanted answered, and I guess that's understandable. See, I know some people said they don't like this, but this feels like the best balance of like between automatic auto tracker and Rise and like nothing in the older games. Cause like it fits. Bavarians don't lay eggs according to Gaijin. Where can you tell me in-game lore where it is established that they do not have a cloaca? I'll be waiting. No. What are you doing? No. You said it has to be a cloaca? Because that's what you use to get rid of to just lay your egg? You said that Wyverians have a belly button, so they used umbilical cords. I mean, couldn't they have had an umbilical cord attached to the egg? On the inside? It'd be weird stuff like that. I mean, that's good research, though. Honestly, like I like that. That's good evidence. Goblins lay eggs. Why are you asking me? You think I'm going to lay an egg? I mean, dogs come out of eggs. Stories 2 is canon. Kongalala lay eggs. In fact, I think you need to prove the opposite, that even normal humans don't lay eggs. But like Kongalala has like a belly button, but he comes out of an egg. Am I on the tail? I don't know. I don't have a huge stake in this game, but as far as I can tell, it's all eggs. Well, this sucks. Oh, no. You shouldn't make eggnog from Wyverian eggs, though. That's messed up. I don't know who came up with that idea. I want to get a write-off. That was at the beginning of the egg discourse. Should we do eggnog or not? That's not right. Flux skill, any other tips for Neo? If you have heavy armor, blocking is really, really good. Even if you have light armor, blocking can be acceptable. I feel like blocking is generally a lot less enraging than trying to dodge, because you can't dodge something you can't see. More excited for Elden Ring or Sunbreak? Probably Sunbreak. Yeah, I mean, I like Monster Hunter. I mean, I like Souls too. But I'm like a Monster Hunter guy. I mean, the chicken would have to come first before the egg. An egg didn't just like magically appear. Do Ivarians have dens where the eggs are, and do they roost the eggs? Yeah, I mean, you got to keep the eggs warm at the very least. What made the chicken? The chicken just slowly evolved over time. I mean, it's all like on a gradient. I mean, for all we know, it just dumped out the egg goop, and then slowly over time, it learned to build a stronger and stronger shell. Why do you think Hanoa is sitting all the time? Just hatching that egg. I mean, we're eggs like in the uterus, right? Like a big blob of fertilized cells. No? Yes? You were an egg that begins splitting. A single ovum, no shell. MR unleashed. Excellent. All right, I'm going to go ahead and make the mauled cells link right now. Let's not say 3:30. 6:30. So, if you want to see my Dark Souls 3 playthrough, I think the link is right here. Yep, right here. So we're going to be on YouTube tonight. Check that out. 6:30 in 3 hours, 3.5 hours. It's going to be a good time. It's a little bit nice. You have higher quality options on YouTube. The chat's not as good, but better Twitch TV does work. We're doing Demon Fists. I would like to get a pitchfork because I want something with range. I want to be punching and then poking. Why YouTube? It's where I'm going to do my variety. Yeah. What time? 3.5 hours. There's no time zones. All right, thank you everybody coming by. Join the Discord. I love you. I'm going to eat a little snack. And then I'm going to work out. And then I'm going to make dinner for Jen. And then I'm going to be streaming. Okay. Everyone have a good day. We'll be back tomorrow. Just got to get ourselves to...
What time zone?
MR100 soon
Directly
enough.
under my nuts. Right under my nuts is where the time zone is. Look at
All right.
it.
I love you. Goodbye.